as well as my co-chair and the ranking members of the committee, just as a way of a little bit of introduction. There's been a lot of conversations in the last month or so by a bunch of parties about winter resiliency, and that led to some research. Rep. Arcante actually found an excellent book, which he passed on to me to read, and I think we both read it, about the grid itself. ISO has been doing a lot of talking about this topic, as well as DEEP and PURA and the utilities. The winter resiliency issues are nothing that I wasn't aware of, because 7 years ago, as first selectman, before I was elected to the Senate, we had meetings with Eversource about potential problems during the winter. How we got here.
I really like those.
Yeah, how we got here and where we need to go from here to make sure that we're managing the future properly is really important. I don't think that any of us want to see a grid that is not reliable, especially at a point when people would be most vulnerable, which would be during an extreme cold snap during the winter. Our first presenter is the woman who wrote that book, Meredith Angwin. The book is called Shorting the Grid. Very informative. I think Meredith has spent a lifetime in energy, and I thought she could do Grid 101 as a basic conversation here. She lives in Vermont. The book uses ISO New England in a lot of ways as an example, but I want to be clear. She's made it very clear at the beginning of the book that there's no one to blame here. This is just a function of a market that changed dramatically post deregulation. And there are a lot of factors in play here. And for me to distill this down so that I can understand it, as one of the chairs of the Energy Committee, trying to balance reliability and cost and climate change mitigation are the three legs of a stool that I think we should all be striving for. And as a committee, we should be working towards. That said, I have not been able to figure out a way to do all three at the same time. So this panel, this forum is not necessarily pointing towards any legislation, and it's certainly not looking to blame anybody. The market is the market is the market. But as the General Assembly, we have a couple of responsibilities, in my opinion, one of which is to inform the public, which I think is critical, to give them an honest story about what's been going on and what maybe what we can do as one state in a New England grid that has very specific goals and desires, and what we can do to mitigate some of the concerns about reliability while managing costs and still looking at staying on path to do our part to reduce carbon emissions and mitigate climate change. So with that, a little bit of housekeeping stuff. There's a very short window for each speaker, maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then maybe 25 minutes worth of questioning. So the members of the committee, I ask you all to be respectful. You know, we would like it to be that any member of the committee who wants to ask questions of any of the panelists can. But some of us, myself included, can be quite long-winded. And I want to make sure that we're respectful of our colleagues to ask questions, not from a partisan or particular point of view, but for informational purposes. I get terrified at the thought of an extended cold snap, and all of us, me in two capacities, as first selectman and as a state senator, having to tell my constituents that they may have to be prepared for rolling blackouts. This is not acceptable in the United States of America. It's just not what we expect. And I don't think we should be making policies or living in a situation where this can happen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Representative Arconte.
Thanks, Senator. And just for some brevity, looking forward to all the panelists' participation today, and I'm really looking forward to this committee engaging with all of our panelists. And just a quick thank you to everyone presenting in front of us today on this very important topic, and for taking the time out of your day to do this, and also working with Senator Needleman to put this together.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Formica, ranking member on the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. You know, this is a very timely topic with some wonderful opportunities to hear from a variety of viewpoints, which I think is very important. We have spent a lot of time as a committee to try to work on the utilities and to try to manage costs. This is really the first time we've been able to, I think, and I hope, to get into the depth of that conversation and what are the nuances that we can hear about that really create a lot of the problems that we're facing, again, through no one's fault. And difficult to describe these conversations in a 3-minute conversation to a committee or on the floor trying to pass a bill. So I'm anxious and grateful for the opportunity to hear everyone. I want to say to Meredith that I did get a copy of your book. I haven't had time to read it yet, but I look forward to hearing about it today and delving into it after this. So thank you for your time today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not sure if I see Representative Ferraro on the call. Charlie, are you out there? So I'm not seeing Representative Ferraro on the call at the moment. I'd like to introduce somebody who I've never met in person. However, her book was sort of eye-opening. You know, there's sections of it that are maybe some thoughts and forward thinking on what we could do, and there are certain opinions in there. But more important, from my point of view, was it was the first readable, it's kind of a wonderful, and again, it's Rep. Arconte who was the one who found the book, but it's a very readable, understandable explanation of the grid, how it works, how grids around the country work. I thought that it would be great to give her the opportunity to say a few words to us about Grid 101. So Meredith, I really appreciate you taking the time to do this, and the floor is yours for 15 or 20 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for inviting me. I made some view graphs, and I'm going to try screen sharing for the view graphs. You never know how that works. I don't know if participants can screen share. I sent my view graphs earlier to perhaps, if I can't screen share, I will. Can I share screen? I can. Oh, this is so great. Thank you. And then I have to put this to slideshow, and I think we're ready to roll. Slideshow. Okay, great. I just want to say thank you for inviting me, and thank you for the good words about my book. I found that when I was, I've worked in utilities for most of my life. I'm a chemist, and I mostly worked on corrosion control, and I also worked on pollution control for geothermal plants, gas plants, coal plants, hydro pen stocks, nuclear plants, and so forth. So I've gotten to know a lot of technologies. I just want to say that I'm not talking about technologies very much today. I'm talking about the grid as a whole. And I think that before we begin talking about the grid, I really want to say, what are the factors for a strong grid? I named my book, Shorting the Grid, the Hidden Fragility of Our Electric Grid. So I'm talking about fragility and strength. And what are the factors for a strong grid? The first factor is reliable electricity, especially in winter. The next factor is relatively inexpensive electricity, so electricity can be used for health and happiness and manufacturing. And electricity made with low levels of pollution and ecosystem disruption. I think that one could argue about the relative position of the second two bullets, but to me, there's no argument with the relative position of the first bullet. Reliable electricity is absolutely essential, and when people don't have it, they get it any way they can, including home generators, which are intrinsically more polluting than many power plants. So what does fragile mean for a grid? I want to just comment that fragile isn't a on-off switch. It isn't like, oh, this grid's fragile, that grid's not fragile. Fragile is the opposite of robust in the sense that a fragile grid can be affected by comparatively minor and predictable problems. If, the great doom asteroid comes, well, yeah, okay, we're in trouble. But the question is, California has had rolling blackouts and conservation alerts on summer weeknights. Does it get hot on a summer weeknight? I mean, is this something unexpected? And meanwhile, we have had, dependencies on oil deliveries to the grid in our New England cold snaps. And we've actually, let's face it, we've been dependent also on LNG deliveries to the grid. Now, what I'm trying to say is a cold snap an amazing event in New England? No, that's what I mean by fragile. Now, here's a slide that I took right off of an ISO presentation. And it's, I'm sure you've seen it, and it's the high-level winter assessment. It basically says that if this winter is similar to 2021, everything's going to be fine. If it's 2017-18, maybe not so fine. And if it's like 2013-14, we're going to be pulling out all the emergency procedures. Now, you understand that if an emergency procedure goes all the way up to rolling blackouts. And I mean, I think that's a very important thing to notice. Now, obviously there are procedures before that, okay? There are like conservation alerts and so forth. But basically, if it is cold enough, it could go to rolling blackouts. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this. ISO New England, when we begin looking at Texas, everybody looks at Texas and say, oh my gosh, Texas doesn't have a capacity market. What do you expect from Texas? Of course they had blackouts. Well, we have a capacity market, and capacity payments are a way that the grid operator tries to support power plants that don't run all the time. But having a power plant in place doesn't mean it can run. It has to have fuel usually. Now, obviously, if it's a wind turbine and the wind is blowing, it has fuel. If the wind isn't blowing, it doesn't have fuel. But what I'm saying is, what about the capacity market and the carefully supported plants that don't run all the time? And what if they can't get fuel? Well, in that case, we end up in New England, we have oil on the grid. Now, why do we have oil on the grid? Our grid is running over about 50% of the energy it makes from natural gas. Natural gas is got one strike in its favor, very much in its favor. For a fossil fuel, it is low carbon. It's got two strikes against it, in my opinion. The first one is that it can't be stored. So it has to be delivered just in time to the power plant. And the second strike against it is that it is in competition. Delivering natural gas to a power plant is in competition with delivering natural gas to homes. And guess what? The homes win. And there's people here who are lawyers and regulators will know that the homes win mainly because of if you're a natural gas distributor distributing to homes, you make a firm contract with the pipeline. And if you're a power plant, especially in an RTO area where you're trying to save money in order to get chosen on the auctions, then you make an interruptible contract with the pipeline. And so when the homes are using a lot of gas, that contract can get interrupted. It can also get interrupted. I mean, we're talking about winter weather. We're talking about a valve freezing or this or that. And so what I'm trying to say is, what if those carefully supported plants can't get fuel? What happens then is that we use oil to make up the lack. And this is something, it's an article I wrote in 2018, and it shows it was a cold snap. It was the December, January cold snap. The sun went down, the grid was all fine, and the grid operator had planned, ISO New England had planned for oil to save the grid. At the time this picture was taken, the grid was running about 30% oil fired. I'm not saying this was a trivial program, okay? This was an important program. If we hadn't been able to run 30% oil fired, maybe we would have, maybe we would have had rolling blackouts. Maybe we wouldn't have. I'm just trying to say that if you're thinking, well, sometimes you need a little oil on the grid, sometimes you need 30% oil on the grid, which is a whole different thing. So it almost failed at saving the grid, though. Now, what is this winter reliability program? This is a program put in by ISO New England to keep the grid going when just-in-time natural gas was possibly not being delivered. It bought, this program basically bought oil to keep at power plants that could burn either oil or natural gas, dual fire power plants. And FERC then shut down the program, saying it wasn't fuel neutral, it gave advantages to oil. I just want to show one of the things it did. It's very well say, oh, well, it gave advantages to oil. ISO New England wrote a winter operations report for a cold winter, and it was very successful. The winter reliability program was successful. And I wanted to put this in my book, but I was told as they were putting the book together that in a black and white book, you wouldn't even see those little blue lines at the top. They just would disappear. So it's not in the book. You're seeing something that isn't even in the book. It was from the the cold weather operations report at the end of that cold snap. And basically what you're seeing here is that because ISO New England was foresighted enough to buy oil for power plants, they and that was the green lines. Those are the oil burns that were oil at power plants that had participated in the winter reliability program. The little blue lines at the top that would be invisible in a book are oil burn at power plants that didn't participate. Now you have to understand that in an RTO system, power plants have every reason to try to be as inexpensive as possible to bid into the auctions, because the auctions are chosen by how much per kilowatt hour they're bidding in. But they don't have any particular reason to buy oil, and then that would raise their price, and maybe they wouldn't be chosen on the auction. And after all, you're only going to use the oil for 2 days. So most of the time, it's just a loss to them if they buy the oil and then they don't use it, or maybe it gets them on the auction for 2 days, or, so there's no reliability component to how the auctions are running. Now, who's in charge in an RTO area? I mean, I could go on for a long time about this, but basically there's a lot of responsibility, but there's no real accountability. The RTO is responsible for dispatch and how most power plants get paid, but states are responsible for resource adequacy. And it's not clear who's responsible for having enough fuel on the grid to meet demand. One of the other problems in an RTO area is that, in the old days when there was vertically integrated, people said, oh, what we're getting here is a gold-plated grid. The owners of the power plants want to have such great power plants because that goes into their rate base and that increases their rate of return, which increases their bottom line. The power plant owners in RTO areas, they don't have an obligation to reliability only if ISO New England or a state forces that obligation on it. They just go on when they want to go on. And so the winter reliability program was ISO New England kind of encouraging reliability and so forth. But as a general rule, they can say, well, I don't have fuel, I'm not going on, I'll go on tomorrow. Okay, no problem. While in the vertically integrated, there was like, we're cutting your rate of return, you're blacking people out. Okay, the PUC could say that. So I did a lot of study, an immense amount of study, and I was a member of the consumer liaison group. And I became familiar with reading FERC rulings and all kinds of stuff. And basically, I finally ended up just boiling it down to 3 factors that are the fatal trifecta for a grid that's becoming more fragile. The first one is over-reliance on renewables that stop and start on their own schedule, not the demand schedule. In other words, the wind doesn't blow because we happen to have a lot of demand on the grid. The wind blows when it's going to blow. It's on its own schedule. Well, we back up the renewables with natural gas, but this is delivered just in time through pipelines. And if there's a problem and it isn't delivered just in time, then that isn't good. Then there's a rolling blackout. And there's over-dependence on the neighbors who are having the same weather as your own grid. So, for example, at various times in the past week, Quebec was getting electricity from Ontario because it was so cold that the Quebec grid couldn't really export to anybody because they could export, but only because they were getting electricity from Ontario. So what I'm trying to say is that if you don't want to be here in New England and dependent on Ontario, it's better to have a strong grid of your own and not just say, oh, well, the neighbors will send it to it. Well, they will if they have it and if their own people don't need it. So I'm just going to finish, I don't know how long I've talked, hopefully not too long. I just want to go through what happened in Texas, because I think everybody always, when I was giving talks, for a while, I was like, let me tell you about stuff. And people said, tell us about Texas. So, okay, here's Texas. In Texas, the wind died down. The gas could not or would not be delivered. What I mean by would not is some power plants saw the prices of gas, realized they would be losing money by buying that gas, and basically said, okay, I'm offline here. Remember, power plants are merchant generators. They don't have some obligation to stay online. I mean, they have some through some things that the grid operator sets up, okay? Another thing that was very amusing in Texas, at least I thought it was amusing, is that cutting electricity cut gas production to some extent because gas compressors couldn't get electricity. So that pipeline could no longer supply a power plant. So let me make sure that I know exactly where I am. This is the second to the last slide. And it is like through the Texas event with gun and candle, right? Okay, gun and camera, okay? So here we go. On Sunday, by the way, the Texas event was so foreseen, it was unbelievable. I was on Twitter and people were saying, oh my gosh, look what's going on. Some of the distribution utilities in Texas are telling people, go to a different distribution utility. We won't be able to supply you. Anyway, okay, here we go. So at the beginning, at the beginning, we have February 7th, and through Monday night, we've got a lot of wind on the Texas grid. The wind is the green line, okay? And then we've got 20 gigawatts of wind on the Texas grid. Meanwhile, the nuclear line down there is doing very nicely, except that one of the plants goes offline from a frozen valve, okay? But basically, it's just steady as she goes. So the really important, and as you can see, the solar line, I mean, they were having, a snowstorm. So the solar line, which is the yellow at the bottom, is not doing as well as it could. But the important lines to look at, in my opinion, are the wind line and the natural gas line. So the natural gas is that sort of light brown line at the top. And basically, what happens is that the wind dies down and the natural gas picks up. And on Tuesday, natural gas is running everything quite nicely, even though there isn't very much wind. And on Thursday, it's running everything rather nicely, although there isn't much wind. But because of the cold weather, the demand on the grid is going up, which it does here too. And after a while, the natural gas can't take the burden anymore, and there just isn't enough electricity on the grid. The grid frequency is going down, and the operators in the middle of the night on Sunday, February 14th, have no choice but to shed load. That is, they just cut off a lot of the people who, and guess what? They're not getting electricity. The only reason the operators do this is that the problem with not doing this is so severe. If the whole grid goes down, it can take a long time to bring it up. Well, if you shed a portion of load, then later on you can bring that up and shed a different portion, and you have more control over the situation. And then anyway, so that was, and between Sunday and Tuesday, basically, you really didn't have, you had a lot of people without power in Texas. I just want to point out that this is in many ways an illustration of the fatal trifecta. After this Texas, there were immense numbers of op-eds and Twitter storms and everything saying, see, wind failed. Yeah, no, don't you understand? It was natural gas that failed. It was the fossil fuel. No, you understand, it's the mixture. It's the trifecta of backing up wind, which or renewables, which have their own schedule, with a fossil fuel that's delivered just in time. So I just wanted to point out that as Senator Nealman said, it's not a matter of let's blame this guy, let's blame that guy. And so this is the last one. just sort of like how to get in touch with me after this talk. And I'm going to have to ask the moderator about something right now because I'm looking at a raised hand, and I'm also looking at somebody making a statement in the chat, and I'm not sure what I should be doing. Can someone give me advice on this one?
Thanks, Meredith. So we can just ignore the chat, and Senator Needleman and I will go through the raised hands participants to call on members for comments and to ask a question or two if they wish.
Thank you.
No problem.
And thank you, Meredith. Can you drop your slide presentation off so we can see all the people that are participating? I just want
to probably can. Let me take.
There you go. Perfect. Representative Ferraro, who's our ranking member, just joined a little bit late. I know he might have a couple of quick minutes to want to share something, and then we can go on to anybody else's questions. And I have some comments about this. Charlie?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Meredith, for the presentation. It was extremely informative. I did have a question regarding the trifecta slide that you put up. And the second point that you made regarding natural gas being delivered just in time. Obviously, from what I gathered in your presentation, without the backing up of fossil fuels, the grid would be at the mercy of extraneous conditions, such as when the wind blows or when the sun is shining or what have you. And so it appears to be necessary to have some percentage of backup regarding natural gas or fossil fuels. But the idea of it being a problem because it's being delivered just in time, I'm sure that there's been a lot of mental energy expended on thinking about possible solutions to that. And I would just like to pick your brain as to what has been discussed with regards of minimizing that particular leg of the trifecta.
Well, in my opinion, we should have, first thing I'm going to say, and you asked my opinion, so it's my opinion, we should keep nuclear plants going. They have fuel on site. Fuel on site is very, very valuable. Okay, so I really consider that is an important part of stabilizing the grid. In terms of other situations, oil on site can be very important. I mean, the plan that ISO New England put together to make sure that oil was available if natural gas couldn't be delivered was really good. Now you understand another thing that I don't have time to go into everything in the world, but when you get right down to it, our natural gas in New England is becoming more and more dependent on LNG delivery. It isn't fully dependent on LNG deliveries, but we don't have new natural gas pipelines, and we use more natural gas as we close off coal plants or nuclear plants or whatever. I'm just looking at where's the fuel, and the fuel is turning into natural gas, and we don't have new pipelines, and so we end up being more dependent on LNG deliveries, and which is not what I'd like to see. We're on an international market for LNG. We have to pay a lot of money for it, and we can be outbid any day by Asia or Europe.
So I appreciate that, and obviously, the consequence of a grid that's not properly backed up is we've seen it in Texas and California, these rolling brownouts or blackouts. We, feel it's our responsibility to put in place these measures that will prevent that, because really that type of a grid is unacceptable to the ratepayer. And, if they're going to be facing a future of rolling blackouts or brownouts, because the grid is not properly backed up, or because the grid is not the available fuel or renewables are not available, then we have to look at the plan in its entirety, because people need medicines, and people need particular services that an operating grid provides. We just cannot. I don't think we can afford to figure in rolling brownouts and blackouts in our future.
Well, I agree. I think the grid is the mother network on which everything else depends. I mean, your hospitals depend on it. Your clean water depends on it. Your gas pump depends on it. It's just so essential. I don't even know how to describe how essential it is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Repa-Conte.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Meredith, again for participating today. Would you be able to shine some light on how these issues are talked about up your way, Vermont, New Hampshire? Because from where we're sitting, this is really going to take all 6 New England states banding together to get the type of regional reform that's going to be needed to tackle the problems that we're talking about with you and that we'll be talking about with other panelists.
Well, I really don't know how they're being talked about in general. I would say that looking at the situation worldwide, at least, I'm not trying to evade Vermont, but basically looking at the situation worldwide, I think younger people are more positive toward nuclear and more aware of how everything they're doing and everything they enjoy doing depends on, most of the things they enjoy doing depend on having electricity available. In Vermont, we're kind of moving away from the, shut them all down situation. Not that Vermont Yankee is shut down. I think we're all getting a little more nervous about Hydro-Quebec. I mean, is Hydro-Quebec going to keep doing our supplying energy to us? And I would think that, older people, I mean, middle-aged and older, are more nervous about Hydro-Quebec now than they were back in the days when we had more in-house or in-state generation. So I hope that's a good enough answer.
No, it is. And I'm sure you're aware, we in Connecticut feel pretty strongly about nuclear as well. We have a 10-year power purchasing agreement to keep Millstone running. And, one of the tenets I talk about most is Millstone is a regional resource. We need it for base load, clean generation capabilities for all of New England. And I'm hopeful we can still find a regional solution to keep Millstone running after the 10-year power purchases agreement. And hopefully we can find some allies in other states that can join us in looking for that regional solution to keep Millstone going.
Yes, I certainly hope so too. I worked in so many different technologies, and when I came around to being pro-nuclear, it wasn't because I didn't know anything about gas turbines, and it wasn't because I didn't know anything about geothermal or penstocks, it was because I began to realize the virtues of such steady power. Now, I wanted to say one other thing, and that is that if you go to the any website of a grid operator like ISO New England, you'll see the curve of the demand during the day. And you say, oh, look, it goes up and it goes down, right? But the thing is that, of course, to save space, they start at the lowest level that's used at night. So it isn't really, it's a little misleading because it looks like it varies a lot. But actually, for example, recently, it's been going between 14 and 19 or 20, or 12 and 19 or 20. So that 12 has been going 24 hours a day. You see what I mean? 12 gigawatts has been going 24 hours a day. So when someone says to you, oh, we don't need baseload anymore, you say, something's got to give us those 12 gigawatts, okay? Or those 10 gigawatts on a nice night in spring or whatever. So.
Thanks, Meredith. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Aurora. We probably only have about 5 or so minutes left for Meredith. So, Rep. Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Meredith, for the fantastic presentation. Very helpful. Quick question, and it's really very timely too, because we are expecting nearly 1,000 megs of wind from vineyard vines coming into our system, perhaps in the next 24 months. So this is going to be much more relevant to us over the near future. One of the questions, perhaps a follow-up from Representative Ferraro's point of view, question earlier, that on natural gas, how do we reduce the backup, the strength of the backup or the resilience of the backup? Would you suggest that perhaps, considering that Marcellus is very close and the LNG markets are pretty closed or very difficult for us to access, do you think building a 200-mile pipe from Marcellus would be a good way to increase our backup capacity for natural gas, considering that pretty much all our heating now in state of Connecticut, home heating is also pretty much on natural gas? What is your opinion or your suggestion on that?
I agree. It would definitely lower the danger of not having natural gas backups. I mean, right now, natural gas is sort of on the edge. I mean, we've been at 20% oil on the grid recently. We were 30% last year. That means that natural gas is unavailable either because it's being used for houses or because it's competed for so hard, it's too expensive. So if you bring in more supply, that will be better. And I was going to say, I don't know if anybody knows this little green bird, Doomberg. Anyway, they did they're commentators, and they did a blog post or whatever it was about New England, and one of the things they did was they circled the Marcellus, and they circled New England, and they said, "See, we have the answer right here. It's in these circles." It was very nice. Doomberg is a little green chicken, and I recommend their posts.
Thank you so much. I think that one of the points which is critical is that we do have the best energy resource, right, 150 miles away, and a pipe is going to cost not more than $250 million and could pay back in 1 year. But it's just not feasible these days to build any pipes, and so that's the reason I thought I'd take a suggestion. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But thank you, Representative. I just want to chime in on that for 1 minute. Even if we did want to do that, there are other states involved, and they've made the decision absolutely not to allow for that to happen. And that's part of why this conversation is going on. I believe that there was an effort to do that in 2017. And that effort was really more stymied by New York and Massachusetts than by Connecticut, which again is sort of the basis of part of this conversation. I do want to ask one question, and then Representative Mashinsky is after that. There's a general sense that at some level, storage can make a difference. After reading the book, the storage technologies that exist now can help. mitigate some of it for short-term problems. But I didn't get the sense, and I haven't gotten the sense, that the technology exists today to have the kind of storage assets necessary to back up the grid in any cost-effective, practical way. And your example at one point about lithium was quite telling about how much lithium you would need to back up a grid being equal to half the amount mined globally at this point. And we're all hopeful that there are better storage capabilities out there. But can you talk for a minute or so about batteries?
Well, I'm going to be short about it because I know that we are almost out of time. In general, in my book, I try not to speculate on the technologies of the future. I think that we're always sort of bombarded, if you pardon me saying so, with the latest thing, the latest breakthrough, the latest breakthrough that we're going to have, the breakthrough that is just around the corner, and so forth and so on. And so I really looked at what we have today, and we can really project without imagining a new type of system. And I came to the conclusion that we are not going to be backing up the grid with batteries. Now, it would be lovely to have them. I mean, I think it would be great. But right now, I would say that if you want grid scale backup, well, it's pump storage, and nobody likes pump storage. I mean, maybe people do, but what I'm trying to say is, if you went to a state and said, "Hey, we're gonna drill a great big reservoir up on your hills because we need a backup," I don't think they'd be happy to hear it.
Thank you, Meredith. Representative Mashinsky. I'm seeing your thumb, but you're muted. I'm still,
Okay,
there you go.
Hard to get that button to come up.
There you
I
go.
wanted to ask about the small decentralized nuclear plants that I had a briefing on at the National Conference of State Legislatures, and I thought it was a really intriguing briefing to use some existing defunct power plant areas to put in some small nuclear units that are ready to start up. You can just install them and start them up. Can you comment on that, whether that would be feasible?
Well, it might be feasible in a few years, and I'm not trying to. I didn't put this sort of thing in my book very much because I just thought I can easily just wander over from talking about the grid we have and the decisions we're making now into what I call the grid we could have if we get the technologies together. But right now, for example, there's a coal plant in Wyoming that is going to have some nuclear units set up at the coal plant. I mean, the coal plant is out of service, but you know, it's still set up. It's got its transmission lines, it's got its substation, and so of course it's an excellent way to back up our grid with very solid and non-polluting power.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else's hand raised. I do want to say that whether I thought that the way we ended up paying for Millstone, because it ended up being on our own procurement and our own nickel, it was with great foresight that we made that decision, because the New England grid could not have effectively tolerated losing 2,000 megawatts of baseload power. And as Representative Mashinsky said, I think we should never decommission an existing nuclear power site. We may take down reactors, but I think that going forward, all money that's being invested in these small nuclear reactors, we need to probably have more than Bill Gates spending some of this money. There needs to be significant investment in this to get this technology online quickly. But I want to circle back to the idea that for the last 20 years since deregulation, when resource adequacy moved from the states to some hybrid of states and ISO, we spend some amount of time focused on resource adequacy, but we don't actually own the resources or control the resources. They're market resources now, all of them, including wind, including nuclear, including solar. I could see a very different grid in the future. I could certainly see a more decentralized grid in the future, but I still see the need for a grid. So the less power you're putting over the grid, the more cost per kilowatt hour it's going to cost to have a grid, because we're never going to not need a grid.
I agree.
Yeah. So the whole purpose of having this forum was to begin to highlight some of where we were, where we are, and where we need to go to get to the point where we're managing reliability, managing costs, and continuing on our path to climate change mitigation and carbon reduction. But it seems like, as you said, there's sort of no overarching responsibility for all those goals. And that concerns me. It particularly concerns me in New England, hearing about the possibility of rolling blackouts. And I'm grateful that PURA and the utilities are actually informing people about what that might look like. But I'm distressed that it feels very third world like that we might have to be dealing with that. I don't think I have anything else. If you, I just want you to know that your book to me was incredibly enlightening. I highly recommend it. If those of us that are on this committee that are responsible for making policy in the state of Connecticut, without having some kind of a framework to understand how the grid operates and why there's no top-down control over this anymore, which there kind of was when the utilities were vertical in a state. We are kind of hamstrung and sort of running off in a lot of different directions and making it more complicated to manage cost, reliability, and climate change, climate change at the same time. I just feel like all three legs of this stool could get very, very much out of balance if we're not careful.
Thank you for your praise of my book. I really, when I wrote it, I was hoping that people would read it and look at it in terms of what policies can we have going forward. Because I found that it was very hard to find out decision-making on our current grids. It was much easier to find out about how we could do this or could do that. And I really want to thank you for inviting me here. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. And with that, we're going to ask our next speaker, the CEO of ISO New England, Gordon Van Eck, and I'm hoping he's in the waiting room ready to come on. Oh, here he is. I see him now. I just want to thank you for making time. We spent 3 hours the other day, and I got another perspective on how difficult it is to manage the grid, which seems to be what I'm getting bombarded with lately. And so, Gordon, it's Gordon Van Wiley, not Gordon Van Eck. Thank you for coming in and saying a few words to us.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Senator and Representative Akante, for organizing this. I think it's a very important conversation, and my guess is we're only going to scratch the surface of it today, and I encourage us to continue the conversation. So Meredith made some good points, and I'm going to come back to them during the course of my presentation. We're just going to load up some PowerPoint slides that I've prepared to try and unpack the conversation so that we can start at the highest level, understand the context in which we are operating, and then zoom down into the details that I think are causing us some trouble. So Kerry, are you able to put that presentation up? There we go. Okay, next slide, please. So I thought I'd start with our mission and our vision, just so you have an understanding of how we think about things. And I'll relate that in a moment to where we fit into the broader grid in North America. So these are, the mission in particular is really a summary of several pages in our tariff, our FERC-approved tariff, and really boils down to the three things that we do. So just to remind you, we're an organization of some 600 people. We have a building up in Holyoke, a backup center in Windsor, Connecticut, which is where I'm today. And we really do three things. We operate the power system a bit like air traffic control at Bradley Airport. We don't own any of the planes or the runways or the buildings. We just basically direct traffic. We administer the wholesale electricity markets, and we try and achieve reliability through those markets. And we plan the transmission system. So I'd like to make 2 points here. We do not plan the resource mix. Okay, we work with the resource mix that comes through the market. So we're administering a market that creates financial incentives, and people respond to those financial incentives, but we don't plan the resource mix. And I'll come back to that in a little while. The other thing we don't plan is the fuel infrastructure. That's also outside of our jurisdiction. And then what I'd like to do is just qualify the word reliable and tell you how we think about that. So our job is to maintain that exquisite balance between supply and demand on the grid. It has to be maintained moment to moment. And part of our job is to make sure that if there isn't enough supply, that we reduce demand in order to balance supply. So a system operator that's not doing their job is a system operator that lets the system black out, like we saw in 2003, where you have an uncontrolled blackout of the system. The system will actually take care of protecting itself after a certain point, and the system operator's job is to try and maintain that supply and demand balance. So reliability is not equal to no controlled outages ever. I think we need to understand that no power system in the world actually is designed to avoid the possibility of any controlled outages ever. The issue really is you want to try and minimize those to the extent possible, and you want to make sure that you insure yourself as best as you can against the fact that that risk occurs at the wrong time. So really what this all boils down to is how much money do we want to spend on the insurance? And so we've got a trend where weather is becoming more extreme, our fuel system is becoming more constrained, and it's bringing to the surface this question of how much insurance do we want, who pays for it, and where do you want to spend the money? I think that's really what it comes down to. And Meredith touched on some of these possibilities in her previous presentation. So just turning to the vision, we don't have anything in our tariff about where we're headed. And so our board and management worked together several years ago, and we wanted to affirm the fact that we believe that we are part of the clean energy transition. We're part of the solution towards driving the system towards a greener future. And so the vision statement really tries to capture that, to harness the power of competition, because that's what we do. We operate the markets, and advanced technologies. And there's a whole spectrum of advanced technologies out there, ranging from the stuff that's on the grid in the form of the new wind turbines and the batteries and so forth, but also internally within our organization, all the investments we have to make in order to manage a grid that's becoming increasingly complex. And so the rest of that vision statement is a nod to our mission statement, which is we obviously, in the context of this clean energy transition, need to make sure that we can operate the grid reliably as we go forward. So moving to the next slide, I just want to give you sort of a very high level bird's eye view of the miracle that is the modern power system. So we're part of something called the Eastern Interconnection. What you're looking at there is a map of the United States, and there are 4 grids there connected, loosely connected to each other. There's the Western Interconnection and the Eastern Interconnection, Texas, and then Quebec. So I'll come back to the question about control and overarching responsibility in a minute. But that orange colored area is what we're part of, the Eastern Interconnection. It's the biggest synchronized machine on the planet. Nobody is in total control of that thing. It obeys the laws of physics, and ultimately, in any particular part of that system, you can influence outcomes, but you can't fully control outcomes. So, the example of the blackout that I used a moment ago in 2003, when the lights started going out in the Midwest, it really took about 10 seconds before New York went dark. That's how quickly the blackout traveled. That's why you want system operators in the middle to try and balance supply and demand. Quebec is an interesting example. Quebec is essentially independent. It's isolated, electrically isolated from the Eastern Interconnection by high voltage AC-DC ties. So, and they have complete control over their system. So there's an example of a province who has decided that they're going to do their own thing and essentially be loosely coupled to the Eastern Interconnection. But everybody else in that Eastern Interconnection doesn't have full control. You have influence, and your influence is really dependent on how much, from a state perspective, I'm talking now, as to how much control you have over the resource mix, and ultimately, to Meredith's point, on the fuel infrastructure that serves that resource mix. Because really, the grids, it is complicated, but in some ways it's not complicated. It's a set of generators that convert energy inputs into electrical outputs tied together through wires. And so your ability to mitigate your risks is a function of what you do about those energy inputs, the devices that you have on the system for converting those energy inputs, and the money you want to spend on transmission. Those are the three big levers that you can pull ultimately in terms of both cost and reliability. So, in 2003, we had this big blackout that caused Congress to react. And in 2005, in the Energy Policy Act, they gave this organization called NERC, North American Electric Liability Corporation, responsibility for setting up standards in terms of how you operate the grid. And NERC, therefore, has control over those standards. There's an elaborate stakeholder process around them. They also actually set the standards for Canada and Mexico. So there are three countries involved in these standard setting efforts. So with that, I'll move on to the next slide. So just to give you a quick snapshot into how the resource mix on the system is evolving, this slide shows you what's coming. On the left-hand side, you have a pie chart that just shows you what developers are proposing to build in New England. And if you look at that chart, you'll see that more than 80%, 90% of it are renewables. It's solar and wind, the dominant renewables, and then some battery storage. Gas is a very tiny percentage. If you looked at this chart 5, 6, 7 years ago, it would have been dominated by new natural gas developments. But that's gone away. And what we're looking at, as is necessary actually for us to achieve our decarbonization goals, is a massive focus on renewables, which brings with it some challenges in terms of balancing those renewables. Meredith touched on those in her presentation. To the right, what you see is just a snapshot of where the wind potential is. Mostly offshore wind potential off our coast, and then obviously a lot of onshore wind potential up in Maine. But there's very little development actually of new onshore wind projects because of limitations around the transmission system. Next slide. So as I think about this, and what I'm trying to do here is unpack this in a way that we can sort of focus on the various issues, because it's not to say that while there's no one overarching entity that's responsible for everything, we're operating within the context of a system with multiple regulators. We have federal regulators and state regulators. There are these very distinct components. And I think we're doing better in certain areas and we're doing worse in other areas. And so many of our risks actually stem from just one area, and I'll come back to that later on. So going back to my analogy of, the grid is really a set of devices for converting energy inputs. to electricity connected together with wires. If you think about the world of the power system and where we're heading in the future in terms of decarbonizing that system, there are really four things we need to pay attention to. The first is we need to have a robust transmission system. The transmission system is really the highway for moving the energy around. And I'll come back to a little traffic light system I've got on each one of these components. The second is we need a robust fleet of clean energy resources, enough renewables to ultimately displace the fossil fuels most of the time, because our strategy in this region is to not only decarbonize the grid, but ultimately move the other segments of the economy onto the grid. So we need to build out a lot of renewables, and that will also require a lot of investment in transmission to make that happen. The next segment or next component here is we need to balance this system. It has to be balanced moment to moment. The wind and the solar are very dependent on the weather. The weather is not always going to be consistent for us. So the energy inputs into the solar and the wind generators are going to vary, but demand may not vary, or it varies slowly, right? And so what you want then is a system whereby something fills in the gap. And today, mostly what fills the gap is natural gas, unless we get into situations where there's not enough gas for the region. And then we get into the issues that Meredith has explained. The fourth point, I think, is really critical, which is if we're going to make the system work, we need to have enough of a buffer, cushion in the system. You know, anyone who runs a business or anyone who's been watching what's been happening in the last 2 years in the pandemic understands when your supply chain gets constrained and you run out of the products or the components for making a product, you end up not being able to deliver the end result that's required. And I think here's where we have the biggest vulnerability. So let me dive into this in a little bit more detail in each one of these components. Next slide. So looking at the robust transmission system, we've spent about $12 billion on the transmission system over the past 2 decades. So a huge amount of money. It shows up on consumer bills in the form of about 2 cents per kilowatt hour. That's what we're paying for. Most of the investment we needed in order to strengthen the system was done over the past 2 decades. Connecticut was a big beneficiary of this when we built a big 345 kV, or Eversource built a 345 kV line and undergrounded a lot of it down in Southwest Connecticut. And the investment has paid off. I mean, I'm glad we did it when we did, because things would be so much more expensive to try and bring our grid up to standard in today's world. It also allowed us to allow a lot of the retirements that have occurred over the past 2 decades as we transition the fleet. But the big point I want to make here is that we're going to spend tens of billions of dollars on additional transmission in order to integrate the renewables we need. So we have to scale up our system. We have to more than double the size of the electric grid over the next 3 decades in order to effectuate the clean energy transition. And so we're looking at that in some detail together with the states. The states, through the New England State Committee on Electricity, NESCO, asked us to do a 2050 planning study that looks at what transmission investments are needed over the next 3 decades. And we just lost our slide presentation there, to ensure that we can integrate all of those renewable resources. So I'm just going to keep going, and hopefully the slide presentation comes back. So coming to the next component, which is clean energy resources, the states are obviously driving that very hard through PPAs. We're adapting our markets to be able to integrate those resources and make sure that we can balance them. And there's a conversation underway as to whether or not the region wants to pursue an alternative path to PPAs. Because there's some risk associated with the PPA model. What you're doing is you're really ultimately locking in a commitment to a developer on a, let's say, a 20-year basis, and there may be a cheaper technology 10 years out. And so that was one of the premises behind the wholesale market construct, which is to put the development risk onto the developers. So there are some discussions around carbon pricing, forward clean energy markets, and so forth, and maybe we can save that for another day. So we're studying that together with our stakeholders as well. The third component, the balancing resources, I would say here we have some trouble on the horizon. We have a market for paying for those balancing resources, but it is under stress at the moment. And so we're working hard with our stakeholders to address that. And there's a whole set of details there I'm going to skip over today as well. And what I'd like to do, though, is come back to this last point of the energy supply chain. Next slide, please, Kerry. There we go. So here's where I put a big red light, because this is where I think we have trouble. We do not have a robust energy supply chain. Meredith pointed out in some detail, actually, some of the constraints that we have on our supply chain, particularly for the balancing resources that are going to be needed that are needed today, but in the future for balancing the renewables. And so as I think about this, we're running way too close to the edge. If we find ourselves in trouble, and that's part of what we were trying to warn about at the beginning of this winter, we will try and give as much advance notice that we see trouble coming, a bit like the weather forecaster tells you there's a hurricane coming. That's the whole purpose behind our 21-day rolling energy adequacy forecast. But if we're forced into maintaining reliability, we'll have to implement controlled outages to reduce demand in order to meet supply. But the question really for all of us is, can we minimize the probability of that occurring? And that requires, I think, putting in a bigger buffer and cushion into the system so that we can ride through these events. The polar vortex events, I think, are the ones that worry me the most, because it's very unpredictable when the polar vortex is going to become unstable and we're going to see really cold air dumped onto New England. And that weather pattern, in combination with outages on our system, equipment breaking, is really the thing that worries us with regard to having to institute these emergency procedures. And so I think there are things we can do as a region to bolster our ability to ride through those events, but it is going to come down to whether or not we're prepared to pay for them. I mean, ultimately, consumers have to pay for this, but consumers also have to live with the consequences of the controlled outages. And so I think that's the judgment ultimately that we have to make, and we have to make it collectively as a region. Because even if Connecticut makes one decision, you're still connected to the grid as a whole. And it doesn't help really for just Connecticut to have made a good decision. You really need each of the 6 states to hold hands and say, we're going to do this together. And I would say that's irrespective really of whether you have wholesale markets or not. So unless Connecticut is going to disconnect itself from the grid the way Quebec has, which would be exorbitantly expensive, you're inside a regional system, and that system was really put in place in the 70s after the blackout of 1965. So I think this issue here is one we would like to see the region focus on. That's why I'm so pleased we're having this conversation, because without a conversation like this, we really can't talk about the problem and how to solve it. I'd like to make another couple of points here, though, on this energy reserve. I think the practical way to store energy today is really in the form of fossil fuels. It's and doing something about the LNG supply chain, or importing more hydroelectricity from Quebec and having that backed up by a firm commitment from Quebec. I'm optimistic that in the future we'll see advanced modular reactors and green hydrogen, for example, and long duration batteries. And so I hope those come as quickly as possible. But when I look at the technologies that are out there at the moment, I think practically for the next 10 to 15 years, those are really not going to be a big part of the mix. The other point I'd make is, as we're adding more demand to the system through electrification, this gap that we're going to have to service when the weather isn't cooperative is going to grow. It's not going to shrink. And so as we think about this cushion we want to put in the system, we need to adjust it to meet the demand that's going to be put on the system as a whole. Next slide. So we have many studies underway looking at the future grid. We're looking at the operational impacts of extreme weather. We're looking at transmission and operations and the trajectory of markets. And so I'm not going to spend any time on this, but we'd be very happy to come back and dive into the details on any of these different topics in the future if you're interested. Next slide. And then finally here, this is just a slide that reminds you in terms of how we communicate. So we have very well-defined communications protocols that we implement together with the states and market participants. One of the innovations that came about as a result of the 2017-18 winter when we had a polar vortex, and I will tell you a very close call, we came very close to controlled outages during that event, was this 21-day energy assessment. We're the only region in the country that does this at the moment. So this is our attempt to give the marketplace, public officials and consumers advance warning that we may be in trouble. And that was one of the things we were doing going into the winter, which was to say to folk, there are these risks on the system. We think we'll be fine if we have mild weather or relatively mild winter. If we get something worse than that, we'll give you as much advance warning as we can. And, going back to something I said earlier on, the question really becomes then, how do you want to hedge that risk, or how much effort do you want to put into at the retail level protecting folks if we find ourselves in that situation? There are a number of other reports and things that we put out. I'm happy to dive into those details as well if you want to, but those are really there for your reference. And with that, I'll stop and I'll be happy to engage you in questions.
Thank you, Gordon. Representative Arcante has his hand raised.
Yep. Thanks, Gordon. Thanks for taking the time, as always, and coming down, presenting to the committee and engaging with us. So I want to circle back to the winter reliability program. I want to give the ISO kudos for, you came up with a program, you had to institute it for a number of years, and it worked, right? It essentially worked. Now, FERC comes in, says, sorry guys, you're supposed to be fuel neutral. The current rules of the reliability program, you're, favoring a certain fuel type. So you can't do this anymore. Now I know, the ISO is trying to come up with other solutions. I think pay for performance is a design you all are looking at to replace that program. However, what does that say about just the design in and of itself? Can the markets as currently constituted solve for reliability if you can't put the necessary tools in place that you felt corrected the problem?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, it's a multi-part question. And Kerry, I think you can take the slide down so we can see each other. So, the ISO can't really do anything unilaterally. We're not empowered to do things unilaterally. We can advance proposals and recommendations through the stakeholder process to the regulator, and then gets approved or not, and people ultimately have a say on whatever we advance through that process at every step along the way. And very often, even though the federal regulator may approve it, it'll end up in the courts and being litigated. So I just want to dispel the notion that we've somehow got magical powers to solve every problem out there. We can't do it. We can only work through a stakeholder process. So coming back to the fuel program, I think it was helpful at the time, and we actually had a version of it for about 4 years in a row. It was really helpful actually for the winter of 13 and 14, which was a winter where we had several periods of protracted cold. But as I look at what happened in Texas, and I look at where our grid is today, another fuel program may help incrementally. It's not going to address the full risk. It's not going to be a comprehensive solution to the problem. And here's the other thing I think we need to think about. If you look at the oil inventory in New England, about 2/3 of it is stored in a handful of old steam units that are 60, 70 years old on the system. These are the equivalent of England's equivalent of coal-fired power stations. They burn residual oil, which is sort of the waste product left over after the refineries have produced other fuels. And so they have very heavy carbon content. So 2/3 of our inventory is in those units. And those units have very long start times, and they have to be nursed into operation. So when I look at that part of the fleet, I look at that and say, is that really our solution for the long run, for the clean energy transition, for balancing the renewables? I have my doubts. And it's very hard for those units to run for prolonged periods of time because they emit so many emissions. The other third of our oil inventory is really light oil. It's comparable actually to the heating oil that's used in people's home furnaces. And that oil inventory is scattered across about a third of the combined cycle fleet in New England, largely in quite small tanks, a couple of days of storage in each combined cycle. And these combined cycle generators are built away from the coast, really at convenient intersections between the gas pipelines and the transmission system. And when they switch to burning this oil, light oil, they use it faster than it can be resupplied because it's resupplied with trucks. The same trucks that are delivering oil to people's homes are the trucks that are delivering the oil to these combined cycles. So you'd have to have 2 to 5 trucks per hour showing up at one of these generators to be able to keep up with how fast they burn the fuel. So when I look at that, we've got a few options in front of us here in the region. We could greatly expand and require the expansion of dual fueling at each of the combined cycles, which is part of the fleet that is going to be needed in order to balance the renewables of the future. We could firm up LNG contracts. Somebody could firm up LNG contracts, the ISO contract for fuel, so that we at least get the tankers coming on a regular basis. We could build more in-region liquefaction. So the pipes are not constrained all the time. We could be producing LNG in region during the summertime and then using it in the wintertime. So there are physical solutions out there, but all of these physical solutions are difficult to implement. The other one that I made earlier on is we could build more transmission lines to get to Quebec. But all of these require infrastructure and a willingness to pay for them and to site them. And so that's the real problem that we've got here in New England. We haven't reached consensus yet on whether or not this is a problem, whether or not we want to mitigate the problem, and how we should pay for it. And that's really the thing. That's the conversation we need to have in this region. And that's why I think this forum today is such a helpful forum, because we're starting to have that conversation.
So let's unpack a little bit the not powered to do anything unilaterally that you mentioned in your comments. So this is where, I think the rubber really meets the road in a lot of ways. If we go back, rewind the clock to vertically integrated utilities, they could always be hauled in front of their state's PUCs, be held accountable for when they did or didn't, hold up their end of the bargain. So who has that power, if anyone, over, Eversource or over ISO?
Well, ultimately we report to a federal regulator, but we're also, I think, accountable to the region. So we respond to each of you as states. I'm doing that today, and to our market participants. We have by contract, we have this arrangement where everything we do has to go through NEPL, which is essentially a collection of all the people who have an interest in the wholesale electricity markets. And the states are represented there as well. And then ultimately everything we do goes to the FERC. So in that sense, we are accountable to a regulator. It's the federal regulator.
So when there's can you just explain to the group real quick too, because NEPL can throw their own proposal up in front of FERC, and then that's what's called, a jump ball. If ISO were to throw its own proposal in front of FERC, and then FERC goes through its process like a regulator does. And then also just touch on, well, I'll let you answer that question first.
Yeah, sure. So NEPL actually can't unilaterally do anything. So they used to be in that place, prior to 2005. If you look at the original setup with the ISO, we were essentially in a way a contractor to NEPL. But that changed in 2005 when we got responsibility for the wholesale rules, authority over the filing of those rules. But part of what was negotiated there was a series of checks and balances. Checks and balances on ISO governance, and ultimately checks and balances on our ability to make filings. And so one of the checks and balances was, if the ISO is going to advance something to the FERC and say we want to change something in our transmission tariff or the wholesale electricity market design, we have to take it through a voting process, and NEPL has a right to put forward an alternative. And if NEPL gets 60% support amongst its membership, then we are compelled to tee up both our proposal and NEPL's proposal. And this is assuming we can't reach agreement with NEPL. So in a situation, and we've been there in the past, where NEPL disagrees with the ISO or there's not sufficient support for the ISO proposal, then in that instance, we have an obligation to put both proposals forward to the FERC, and ultimately FERC can choose one or the other. So that's part of the checks and balances.
Do you hold public hearings on, does either NEPL or ISO hold a public hearing for folks outside of stakeholders to participate in, like legislators or other members of the public, like we do here in the legislature? And when we have anything in front of us regarding utility bills, utility legislation, even with our PURA, there's a public participation component to what they do. So is there that option for ISO and NEPL? If not, would you consider one?
So let me just remind you, we're not a regulator. And so we're a utility, and the regulator is the entity that holds the public hearings, and FERC does. So everything it does is governed by the Sunshine Act, and everything they do is through public hearings. We've got a process where we have to take it through NEPL. It's as close to public as you can get it without being totally public, in the sense that people just have to join NEPL and they can be in one of the sectors and participate in all of the various discussions. And we take great pains to make sure that everything that we do is transparent. So we have a number of different forums where we're explaining everything we do. So there's no secrecy about what the ISO does. We do everything we do in a very transparent way. And then ultimately, we have to make filings in written form down at the FERC, and people get to weigh in, and the FERC then handles that and has public hearings. So so we're not the regulator. We're essentially set up as a utility, and then we have to go through a regulatory process.
With the current, has there been any thought of revisiting a winter reliability program type that you had in place with the new dynamic at FERC?
No, not yet. I mean, that's a conversation we need to have with the states. If what you're asking us to do is buy more oil for the wintertime, then we need to sit down and have that conversation. But I think you need to be careful, in the sense that I think buying some incremental oil is not necessarily going to hedge all the risks. So we have had attrition in terms of the resource base in New England, and I think we're going to see further retirements. So I think gradually what's going to happen, particularly with regard to the older oil units, we're going to see those retire. And so the point I agree with on Meredith is our situation is going to gradually become more constrained as we go forward if we don't do something. And so the question for us as a region is, what do we want to do about that? And so for us to have success at the FERC, we're much better positioned if we go to our federal regulator to say we have consensus, or at least supermajority support from NEPL and the states. So our recent experience has been, in recent years, if we go to the FERC with something that's unsupported by the states or unsupported by NEPL, ultimately FERC just pushes it back at us. So I think that's what we need to talk through in terms of, what proposal do we want to make? Because all of the options on the table that I see are going to be difficult. They're going to have trade-offs. They're going to have cost trade-offs. They're going to have environmental trade-offs. And we need to talk through these and decide what we want to do.
Two more questions, and because I see some other colleagues want to ask some questions. in just terms of transparency, why did RTO Insider need to bring suit against NEPL to allow them to cover stakeholder meetings?
Well, so you really need to speak to NEPL rather than me, but I'll give you my understanding of this, which is ultimately NEPL's a private organization. And so it has a set of rules that allow people to have conversations with each other without the fear that they're going to be reported in the press the next day. So now RTO Insider actually joined NEPL. So it's now a member in the end user sector. And so it can write stories without attributing, statements to people. What they do in practice now, and I've had this experience myself, RTO Insider will come to me and say, I heard you say X, Y, and Z at the last NEPL meeting. May I quote you? And I always say, yes, go for it. I mean, what I'm saying in a NEPL forum, I'd be happy to say in front of you as well. So I'm not trying to hide anything. And so the system's actually working quite well. I think what's happened is we found a workaround where the press can be inside of NEPL, can write the articles that they need to write without sort of forcing NEPL to become a public institution in its own right.
Just one more question. So just circling back to transmission, did ISO feel that the Northern Pass and the Northeast Connect transmission proposals were a way to bolster transmission and adequacy in the region?
Also, I always viewed these connections, I still do today, as necessary in order for us to achieve our decarbonization objectives. We're not going to get where we're going without many sources of clean energy. And so what Quebec offers is, carbon-free energy for the region. So I do think it's a good idea to pursue that. The thing I always wanted to caution against, though, is to think that just because we build a transmission line to Quebec, that somehow we've improved our energy adequacy situation. Because if we build a 1,200 megawatt line to Quebec and we shut down a 1,200 megawatt oil-fired generator on the coast, we've just stayed even, right? So I think there's a lot of folk in the excitement to sort of advocate for building more lines to Quebec, make the point, oh, this is going to solve our problem. We'll just build more lines to Quebec and the problem will be solved. But it's only solved if you keep the stuff you've got. And so, the reality is we actually need to get rid of some of the stuff we've got because they're putting pollutants into the air. And so that's why I think as we think about this going forward, we're really going to need to think about how we create this energy buffer in the system, and it's going to need to expand over time because most of the energy is going to ultimately come from renewables. We're going to go from being a 30 gigawatt system to a 60 gigawatt system. And then the days or the weeks that the renewables can't produce, there's going to be a massive gap that we have to service somehow. Today it's gas. I hope tomorrow it'll be green hydrogen one day. I don't think green hydrogen is going to come about without policy support. Maybe Meredith is right, and we'll be putting advanced modular reactors into decommissioned sites in the future. But, I've been watching the discussion about advanced modular reactors for 2 decades now. And I think they're a long way off. And I think people are going to be leery about having new nuclear reactors sited in their backyard. So I wonder about that as a practical solution in the future.
So I just want to I'll finish up, just kind of closing the loop here on my original question on can the market design, can this merchant generator design solve for reliability? Because, you brought up a good point about replacing facilities. Now, I don't think it's a secret that NextEra is fighting tooth and nail to prevent the Northeast Connect line because they potentially see it as competition for dollars in the market with their current resource at Pilgrim. Now, if merchant generators are able to fight each other by throwing millions and millions of dollars towards public campaigns to try to win over the narrative and win in state courts, win in state legislatures, I think that's also a big part of the reliability problem that we may not be talking about in Connecticut, at least, because we're not, our residents aren't really in tune to those fights that are happening in other states, but that will affect us, as you were saying earlier, that we're a region, we all have to kind of be in this together. And I think more transparency is also part of the solution here, because I don't think it's fair that Eversource or UI would be left holding the bag when it comes to public anger over load shedding, because while we're having this forum today, I think the general public needs even more education about how things are currently constituted in the energy markets, the generation side of a bill versus the delivery side of the bill. So those are just some of the things I think about daily, and want to continue to work on with the committee, with regulators, and with all the stakeholders in our state and New England. So thanks for the time, Senator Needleman, and I'll kick it over to anybody else.
Thank you, Representative Arcante. I just want to remind everybody, we don't have a lot more time left because we have other speakers. Representative Cheeseman, did you take your hand down or put it back up?
Bearing in mind, thank you for calling on me. I'll be very quick. So we are meeting with you, legislative leaders. I see some representatives from DEEP among the attendees. What do you need from us as a legislator, as a state, from state agencies to put together this request? You work for, you are overseeing an area that governs 6 states rather. What do we need to give you to move this process forward? Because you and Meredith have identified the problems, the specific areas that need addressing. And I hope, as we talk to our stakeholders today, what is the most useful role we can play in delivering what needs to be delivered?
That's a great question. Thank you for answering it, for asking it. I think clarity on whether you share my view that there's a problem that needs to be addressed, clarity on whether the state is prepared to join with the other states to address this, and clarity on whether we can utilize existing technologies to address the gap. So, I think there's a role here for the states to control actually how the region sets up an energy cushion in the system and transitions it to clean energy over time. Because I think in the beginning, it's going to be fossil fuel based for the most part. And then you can chip away at it with more lines that you build to Quebec, and eventually over time, you can transition it to some clean fuel or long duration storage technology. But the problem we've had is that we've not yet been able to reach consensus in the region as to, firstly, whether there's a problem that needs to be solved. Secondly, who should solve it and where it should be solved. Because you could actually, your logic could be, we're not going to do anything more to try and address this risk at the grid level. We'll deal with it at the retail level, at the distribution level. So if these controlled outages are only frightening when the distribution companies can't rotate the outage. That's what happened in Texas. I mean, what was really a tragedy around the Texas event was the lights of Houston stayed lit for 5 days in a row while neighborhoods were out without power for 5 days in a row. That's not what's supposed to happen with a controlled outage. You should be able to rotate the outage and take somebody off for 4 hours and put them back on again for 4 hours. But to make that happen requires investment at the distribution system, and it also requires thought about how you deal with folks that are without power for some period of time. So you can either try and solve this risk and pay for it at the wholesale level, or you can solve this risk and address for it at the retail level, or you can do a bit of both. But we need some clarity around that so that we know what part of this we need to advance through our stakeholder process and ultimately put before our regulator.
So basically, you need the states, the agencies, the legislators to be singing from the same choir book, decide what song we want you to
That's
sing,
right.
and then tell you what it is.
That's right.
All
Because
right.
if we
Thank you.
can't get that, we don't have the clarity on how to move forward.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I think Senator Formica is next. We'll let Representative Pettit go and we'll get
I
back
got
to
it.
you.
I got
Oh,
it.
you got it? Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just have a quick question. Thank you very much, Gordon. I appreciate your conversation. And we kind of talked about it in the last few questionnaires about balance and electrification. And is that driving, the speed to electrification? Is that driving the problem? And is that constraining your hands in terms of the amount of generation you have to distribute? And I think the answer that you just gave to Holly was, we need clarity from the states as to that type of policy. I just want to make sure that I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly. And secondly, is ISO operating at its best model now? We had a great leader of the Energy Committee some years ago, Lonnie Reed, who used to talk about utility 2.0. Utilities acted and behaved one way, and then, it's time to take the next step. Is that, or could that be true for the way ISO does its business and performs its model? So kind of a two-part question there.
Sure. So on the first part, I'm not afraid of the speed of the transition as long as we take care of business on that fourth component. So I think we can scale things up quickly in relative terms. I mean, nothing in this electric system moves that quickly. And there are many things we have to work on. So transmission is going to take a while to get done. The state's obviously moving forward with the purchasing of the renewable energy. All of that's going to happen. What I really fear, though, is that we don't pay attention to that fourth component. And so then what happens is we've moved really fast down the curve of tying ourselves to a fleet that doesn't have enough resilience to be able to deal with some of these weather events that are going to become more and more unpredictable. So I think that's why I said actually in one of the letters that I wrote, we need to pay attention to all four of those components. All four of them are necessary in order to make this transition reliable. If we lose one of them, then we're going to end up with a mess on our hands. So then to your point about the ISO, I can tell you we're undergoing dramatic change in every aspect of our business. We're running as hard as we can to actually stay up with the changes that are occurring. So we have a very dynamic process. We're engaging with our states. There's a lot of conversation. The states came out with their vision document October of 2020, I think it was. And they said, we want you to put in place a long-range transmission plan. We want you to make some reforms to your markets. We actually have made a lot of progress on both of those. The third one was around governance. And we've had a lot of discussion and we've got some ideas and we're talking to the states about those. So, the thing I want to assure you of is we will always be transparent in what we're doing and we always want to have a conversation. I mean, we really are powerless without support.
Thank you very much. And I hope this is just the beginning of a continuation of conversations with ISO and the rest of the industry. And I thank
Me too. I hope that too.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question goes back to one of your early slides with the pie charts, and it looked like the proposal or the hope was to get a significant amount of power from solar, but it also suggested a large amount of storage. Number one is the use of the amount of solar that was suggested on the pie chart dependent upon the storage, number one, and number two, how close are we to be able to have that kind of storage, and what do we need to do now to make that storage possible?
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, so storage, so the storage that's on that pie chart is mostly 2-hour duration storage. And I think that's a problem. So that's really what's economic in the market today. People are building batteries that can last 2 hours, maybe 4 hours. And I think that's a good resource when you're just dealing with normal weather fluctuations from day to day. So if you're thinking about a relatively stable system on day to day, and you're wanting to pick up some of the excess energy at night from your wind, let's say, and then deploy it the next day, that's a fine technology. And it's a fine technology for riding through short duration events. You know, if we have, you know, it's a normal day once again, and something breaks on the system and you need something to inject into the system, perfect technology. It's instantaneous, comes online immediately. The thing we're not covering is the long duration events. So we just went through a GridX exercise. GridX is where we simulate adverse attacks on the system, cyber attacks and so forth. We do this every 2 years with the industry. We learned something this last time around because we simulated one of these extreme weather events during the winter time. And we learned that through the simulation that short duration storage can actually be harmful for us if we're in a long duration energy adequacy situation. And let me explain, it doesn't seem correct for me to say something like this. Of course, the short duration storage is helpful for the first 2 or 4 hours, right? But then when it's discharged, and if you're in the mode of having to rotate outages around the system, and the utility is trying to put back the next block of customers onto the system, if that next block of customers that is trying to be energized again is not just, you're not just trying to energize the home, but the Tesla Powerwall that's in their basement or their electric vehicle that is trying to be charged up, you're doubling the load, the instantaneous load on the system as you're trying to re-energize. And that's going to create a problem. So what we learned through that exercise was if we were to face such an event, we would probably end up getting enough demand off the system through a controlled outage to charge up every short duration battery on the system and then keep it on the side to deal with other contingencies that may occur during this long duration event, but actually take them out of the market, because the last thing you want when you're short of energy is to have a short duration battery cycling and trying to recharge itself during that long duration event. And so we need a combination of both short duration storage as well as long duration storage in order to make the system reliable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pettit. And Gordon, again, I do want to thank you so much for coming. You know, what always strikes me is everybody in this field, all of the speakers here are quite frankly more knowledgeable than all of our committee members. And part of this is information for the public, and part of it is information for our committee, and trying to be part of the solution here, because there is a problem. I kind of feel like because things are moving in a lot of different directions based on policy goals, and frankly, based on setting policy goals, based on wishful thinking of something will be out there to solve this problem. I like longer duration battery storage, for example. Maybe there will be, maybe there won't. Maybe there'll be cost-effective green hydrogen, which I hope we're going to do something about incentivizing this year. But I don't necessarily believe that you set statutory policy goals based on wishful thinking. And there's been some of that going on. And based on known technologies, my fear is that somewhere down the road with a decentralized grid, or, you know, still a power plant centric grid, we will end up with a grid that may be generating most of its power from renewables, which will be great, but we're going to be paying to keep a whole bunch of gas power plants sitting on the sidelines waiting to run when we need them, because I guess there seems to be a general consensus that we can achieve only so much reliability. I mean, the acts of God, the weather circumstances, which we certainly should be planning for, because the unexpected is what we should expect. I mean, if I've learned anything in my 10 years of being a first selectman, it's expect the unexpected now. And watching the weather patterns around the world. Plus, we haven't even touched on the issue of cyber. At that worst possible moment, when you think you've got all things covered, somebody could hit a pipeline, or somebody could bring a couple of generating plants down because of freezing valves or whatever, whether it's cyber or mechanical or electronic, where, the electric grid is an amazingly complex and beautifully operating machine when it works. When it doesn't work, it is no longer a want, it's an absolute need, because every aspect of our lives in the future will be managed through that lens. It's going to be something that we all expect. And what I'm hearing is the possibility that it could become less reliable, not more reliable. So I wanted to do this forum because I have concerns. It's a conversation that we need to keep having. We need a legislature that's engaged. I do believe that our top policy people in the state reside within DEEP and PURA, and they are trying to fight the battle. I know it's a battle sometimes from your point of view, but you have all these stakeholders and merchant generators here, which is something that the die got cast 20 odd years ago. Merchant generators are merchant generators. They live in a world of capitalism, and their job is to make a profit for themselves and for their shareholders. To me, there's a little bit of concern about something that's such an essential service, and that we keep as a market-based solution totally now. So the conversation continues. I don't want to make policy based on the hope and a prayer. We should be incentivizing it. We should be doing what we need to do to make some of those things happen. I find it incredulous that most people, regardless of where they stand politically, understand that climate change mitigation is a priority. But we can't solve this problem one state at a time or one region at a time. We need a national approach to this. And I think I've been saying that from the day I got elected, because going back to my simplistic three-legged stool, cost and reliability and climate change mitigation, I think we can get any two of those, but doing it at an effective price that doesn't make us, New England, the United States, less competitive. This is kind of even a global issue that we need to come in. You and I spoke about a carbon tax. To me, that has always been, in 2002, when a bipartisan group of senators in the U.S. Senate proposed it, right through to now, even though it's a political hot potato, that should be where we're heading. And with us and our allies, democratic allies in Western Europe and Japan and the other countries that recognize this as a problem largely brought on by Western industrial countries, we need to use our clout to help find a solution to this, our economic clout, our political clout, however. But solving this at the micro level, although it's nice and it makes us feel good, I don't know that we keep ourselves competitive in a U.S. economy and in a global economy. So it's a big problem. I know you guys are fighting the battle to keep the lights on, and I appreciate that. And hopefully we can figure out a way to keep the conversation going. So thank you. And thank you, Eric, for coming along and probably telling Gordon what to say all the time. I'm only kidding. Okay. Next up is Commissioner Dykes from DEEP. I hope she's available and on the line here. I'm not sure I see her, but I don't see everybody's picture. Will, is Commissioner Dykes available?
I'm sorry, Senator. I'm pretty sure United Illuminating is up.
Okay, I'm sorry. So then United Illuminating is next, and Frank?
Hey, good afternoon, Senator.
So Frank is the CEO of UI in Connecticut, and appreciate him taking the time.
I appreciate being here, Senator Needleman, as well as Representative Arconti. And members of the committee, I think, as it's been stated here before, this is a necessary conversation to have. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to make a few comments. I will offer up front that I have a few experts on the line here with me that, when we get to the Q&A section, I might ask them to chime in on some of the conversation. So what I thought I would do, though, is just kind of give a brief overview. I recognize we have some new members. So I wanted to do just a brief overview of our company, talk a little bit about, what ISO had come out with last month in terms of their winter outlook, some of the steps that we've taken since receiving notification from ISO, and also just wrap up with just a little bit about, what we're doing to modernize the grid. There's been a little bit of discussion on, this distributed resources in the future. And so we're well underway, and I want to touch on that as well. So if we can get to the next slide. So I thought I'd just touch on our company again. Avangrid is our parent company, headquartered in Orange, Connecticut. And there's two businesses that Avangrid really operates. It's a networks business, which has 8 utilities in the Northeast. So that's Rochester Gas and Electric in New York, as well as New York State Electric and Gas. They both operate out of New York. Central Maine Power and Maine Natural Gas, which operates out of Maine. Berkshire Gas, which operates out of Massachusetts. And then you've got UI, Southern Connecticut Gas, and Connecticut Natural Gas, which operate here in Connecticut. We serve collectively roughly 3.1 million customers here in Connecticut. As you can see on the slide, our companies serve 340,000 electricity customers, as well as 370,000 natural gas customers. We take reliability seriously. It's at the core of our business. We boast some of the best reliability, top quartile reliability at UI, in terms of our customers only seeing, one outage every 2 years for less than an hour on blue sky days. And same thing on our gas business. We have some of the best reliability response rates in terms of emergency response, top quartile, 99% of the time responding to emergencies within the timeframe that's been prescribed by PURA. And so if we go to the next slide, I'll just talk a little bit about Avangrid Renewables. So again, that's the other business that Avangrid operates, number 3 wind power producer in the country. As you can see here, the dark green areas just kind of reflect where Avangrid has assets. A little bit closer to home, and this was mentioned a little bit earlier, Avangrid has been awarded the first utility scale offshore wind project, Vineyard Wind Project off the coast of Massachusetts, which will usher in close to 1,000 megawatts of offshore wind and electricity generated by offshore wind. And then in Connecticut here, actually, we have Park City Wind. So it's going to be headquartered in Bridgeport, Connecticut, the Park City Wind Project. That'll usher in about 800 megawatts of electricity into Connecticut. And both of those projects are slated to come online someplace around 2025. So in the next couple of years here, we'll have that clean, reliable wind-generated electricity coming into the region. So let me just jump right into this, and I certainly appreciated the comments that that Gordon made and Meredith made. And quite frankly, we hadn't shared our slides, and I'm going to touch on some of the things that they'd made mention of here. So Early December, ISO comes out with their winter outlook. They really put an emphasis on the possibility of, what could happen if a prolonged cold snap occurs. And so a couple of things have occurred since then. I think the first thing that occurred really to PURA's credit, they convened a hearing, I think it was late last month, maybe earlier this month, where Eversource as well as UI and ISO participated in a hearing for a couple of hours, really going through our procedures that we would have to take if ISO directed the utilities, UI or Eversource, to start shedding load because of a capacity deficiency issue that Gordon kind of made reference to. And so I think that was a great conversation to have. As you mentioned, Senator Needleman, the conversations need to continue on this topic until we come up with a solution, because I agree with you. We don't need to be living in what would look like a third world country suffering from blackouts here. So great conversation, I think, occurred. Again, to PURA's credit, I think one of the takeaways there for me was really the collaboration that needs to take place to face this issue and solve it. But in the near term, what we would need to do collaboratively to protect our customers, mitigate any impact to our customers, as well as protect the grid. Subsequent to that, our team at UI has gone out and met with every municipality, the emergency management personnel at each of the municipalities that we serve. And the intent of those meetings was really to do a couple of things. One was to promote awareness. So some of them were not aware of the issue that ISO had raised in early December. So I'm really glad that we went out and had these conversations. It was not to promote panic. It was purely to promote awareness. And so we had conversations with the emergency management personnel. We shared with them the ISO winter outlook. We shared with them steps that we would need to take, our plans that we have in place. We have procedures that we would and implement in order to react and respond to ISO's direction. And we listened to their feedback. So our intent of listening to their feedback was really to see where we could incorporate their feedback into our plans. In some respects we could, others we couldn't. But we wanted to make sure that, at the end of the day, we were doing the best thing that we could do to protect our customers, their constituents, from the potential impact of a load shed or curtailment issue for an extended period of time. So I think those conversations went well. Just yesterday, actually, subsequent to that, just yesterday, we actually had a virtual load curtailment exercise, which I will say was well attended. We had over 60 participants participate in this event. ISO participated, Eversource, a number of state agencies, DEEP, PURA. We actually had even the gas safety unit there from PURA as well, and our municipalities, and again, a number of stakeholders, really to understand what potentially could occur if ISO ordered us to have a load curtailment situation. And so we took the participants through two scenarios, one where we reduce load by 10% and another where we reduce load by over 50%. And I can tell you, and you guys already know the answer to this, we don't want either one of those situations to occur at all. We really need to find a solution. But again, we went through the exercise virtually purely to understand perspectives, gather concerns, and continue to refine, if you will, a plan that we would need to implement if we needed to go into a load curtailment situation here. So, again, to your point, Senator, we are going to continue to have conversations with all the stakeholders because, again, we really want to focus on solving the problem and not necessarily having to have a short-term load curtailment issue that we need to respond to here. So on the next slide, I'm going to just, some of this was touched on a little bit earlier. Again, as I said, coincidentally, we had not shared slides in advance. And so I'm somewhat pleased to see that, again, both Meredith and Gordon kind of alluded to some of these, what I call, potential solutions. And again, it's a complex situation. You've heard that through the discussion that's been held here today already. But there are some potential short-term and long-term solutions that again have been alluded to. So I won't spend a whole lot of time on this since we've touched on that. But one thing in the short term I think we ought to do is certainly revisit, right? Start just using the infrastructure that's in place already. And what I'm talking about there, and this is, I think on Gordon's slide, he talked about it as the energy supply chain. So these generators have on-site storage capabilities that aren't necessarily being fully utilized. And so that's an area that, you know, there might be an opportunity, again, under a short-term solution as we make our way to a clean energy future. But as we are today, under a short-term solution, there's a possibility of looking at, you know, making sure that those storage capabilities are fully utilized. Beyond that, again, it was touched on a little bit in terms of the LNG tankers that are off, you know, the coast of New Brunswick, off the coast of Massachusetts. They're not secured, right? They're not secured in the form of contracts for those generators so that they would stay stateside, if you will, in the need for LNG to be supplemented for, you know, a fuel deficiency situation. Now, what we've seen, and I think we've all read about, are those LNG tankers potentially going across the pond, you know, to Europe because they've been price takers, essentially going to where they could get additional funds, if you will, for their cargo. So in the short term, though, I think we ought to revisit. I think it's been referred to as the winter fuel program. I think there's an opportunity to revisit that. As Gordon said, if we can all kind of get on the same page and sing from the same hymn book, there's an opportunity to try and advance something like that in the short term. Longer term, again, I just make reference to the market, right? The market providing the proper incentives to provide energy security. Again, we shouldn't be in a situation, our customers certainly should not be in a situation where they're potentially facing rolling blackouts, especially here in New England. And then furthermore, again, Representative Arconti kind of alluded to this. I want to make sure, and I think we ought to make sure that the interconnection process is fair, it's equitable, and it does not prevent competition or new entrants into the market that could provide, you know, clean and reliable sources onto the grid. So those are just a few things. Again, I know it's very complex, but I thought and felt compelled the need to at least offer, in our opinion, you know, what could be short-term and potential long-term solutions here. So just kind of changing tunes just for a second here, again, because I recognize there are some newer members to the committee here, I thought I would just talk about deregulations just for a second, and glad that I'm doing this because I heard the term vertically integrated referenced a couple of times earlier in the presentations. So up until the late 90s, utilities, and I'll just use UI, was vertically integrated. So what we mean by that is the utility owned generation and the utility owned the distribution network. So in the late 90s, those two entities were separated. Utilities could no longer own generation. We're purely what I call pipes and wires companies now. So we procure energy. We don't mark up the energy that we procure. It's passed through to our customers, and we distribute the energy to our customers. So we design, we operate, we build and maintain the infrastructure necessary to distribute the energy out to our customers. So what I'm referring to there is, you know, on the electric side of the business, as you're driving down the road, you see the poles and the wires or the transformers. That's the infrastructure that we use to bring energy, you know, to your homes, your businesses. And then certainly you don't see it on the gas side of the house, the pipes underground. That's the infrastructure that I'm referring to there. Again, we make no money on the commodity. Commodity is strictly a pass-through straight to the customers. Next slide. And so I also just thought it would be helpful just to show there are three components of the bill, typically, right, what you get. And so that generation or energy supply component up at the top there, as you can see, that's the commodity cost that I just made reference to. Again, straight pass through to customers. The middle bullet there where you see use of grid or gas delivery, that's the infrastructure that I made reference to. So, you know, again, we design, we build, we operate, maintain the facilities, and that's the poles, the pipes, the wires, and that's what's represented in the middle of the page there. And the final bullet really references, the state or energy policy that might make its way into the bill as well. And those are just different programs. So just wrapping up here, I thought I would just touch on very quickly some of the initiatives that we've been taking to kind of advance the grid of the future. So we can go to the next slide here. So, PURA has ushered in what they call the equitable modern grid. It's a docket that is really transformative in nature, in that it's got 11 different tracks, really focused on making the grid more accessible, making the grid cleaner, making the grid more user-friendly, if you will, for our customers in the future. I'm not going to go through all the 11 tracks that are identified here, but I'll just touch on, because I think it, again, earlier in the conversation, we talked a little bit about, the distributed grid in the future. And so just this past month, PURA launched an incentive program around electric vehicles and energy storage. And I think, we'd all agree decarbonizing the transportation sector, which is is the largest emitting sector when it comes to carbon, is really significant. But as I was listening to the conversation, there's another piece of decarbonizing the transportation sector. So what we're referring to here in terms of the electric vehicle program is charging units. And so PURA has offered a number of incentives to customers to put charging units in their homes or businesses. And the utility, United Illuminating, will be doing what we call make-ready work, putting in the infrastructure to enable that transition. But, as we were talking about, rolling blackouts and things of that nature, with more electric vehicles out there, as we all know, our vehicles, right, we drive them maybe 5 or 10% of the time. With more electric vehicles out there sitting idle, those too can be used as a resource to the grid in times of need to peak shave, reduce costs, things of that nature. Energy storage, again, battery program that's been launched, as Gordon referenced. Right now, it's short term battery, right? Batteries might last up to 4 hours, but again, a great incentive program for customers to take advantage of that. And again, there's an opportunity for the utilities to utilize the passive energy that's stored in those batteries, use it on the grid when it's most needed to, again, potentially reduce costs or enhance reliability, or both. Advanced metering we have across our network. That's basically automated meters out across our customers' premises. One other thing I was going to make reference to here is non-wires alternatives. And so what non-wires alternatives is something that we've been doing at our utilities in New York for a few years now. Typically, when the utility has to perform an upgrade, and I'll use a wire in this example. Typically, like if a wire becomes overloaded, we would just go out and do what we call replace like for like. We'd go out and possibly install a larger wire in order to meet the new load. In the future, and what we've been doing in New York is putting non-wires alternatives out, and we're going to be doing that here in Connecticut as well as this docket goes forth. And essentially what that is instead of going out and replacing that wire, you use new technologies. So it could be a combination of batteries, it could be a PV, storage, or a combination of those technologies that would offset the need to do the traditional investment. So that's what we're talking about in terms of non-wires alternatives. And there's a host of other dockets, as you can see here, or tracks in the docket that I think is really going to put Connecticut on the map, demonstrate our clean energy future, and be a beacon, quite frankly, for other states to follow. And then just finally, again, innovation is core to our company. Every year, we actually have an innovation forum where we invite the best and brightest minds from many of the universities. We've been doing this for probably 5 or 6 years now. MIT, Yale, Harvard, Cornell, UConn, local universities, they all participate in a multi-day event where we take multiple energy challenges and attempt to solve for those challenges with innovative solutions. And it's been a successful program where some of those solutions have actually spun off and become businesses on their own outside of the companies that we operate. So we'll continue to leverage technology such as the smart meters I just referenced. We'll take advantage of the new technologies that I made mention of in terms of battery and energy storage, and really start leveraging data. We recognize that our customers want to interact with us a lot differently. We want to provide them the most useful data that they can use to really reduce their energy profile, help us reduce carbon footprint, at the same time, save money while making the grid more resilient. So Senator Needleman, I think that's my last slide. Happy to, entertain any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Frank. I appreciate everything, and I am glad that the tabletop exercise went well. I'm sad that we had to do it. But I do know that PURA has been pushing, and both UI and Eversource have been very communicative with their customers about it. It does sadden me that we're moving towards a point where this may be more necessary, not less. With that, I'm going to let Representative Arconte take the floor.
Thanks, Senator, and thanks, Frank, as always, for your time and expertise for today. So you have the advantage, I think. Your parent company, Avangrid, it has territories, in New York too. Could you share, or maybe someone from the team just share the experience that your other territories have in New York with New York ISO? Because New York is not part of ISO New England. For community members, they have their own, ISO and markets. So are they ringing sort of the same alarm bells as ISO New England is? Because, if they're right next door, a cold snap in theory would affect them just like it would affect our region. And we would be calling New York and ISO New England in an event like that, would be calling on resources from Canada, and Canada can't help everybody out if we're all under the same cold snap.
Yeah, so I'll likely ask Alan Trotta to jump in here, but let me just start. And I'll say, and I operate a lot with my colleague that runs the New York utilities, and haven't heard the same type of alarm coming out of ISO New York for whatever reason. I think, as we shift our focus back here, really focusing on taking care of this problem that has been identified here today, and we've talked a little bit around in terms of making sure that we have a reliable grid. As we continue to make the transition to a cleaner grid, having those firm resources are going to be critical to making that transition. So I think, we just need to continue to make sure that we have a pragmatic transition over to renewable sources, and recognize, quite frankly, that some of the firm capability resources will likely be fossil fuel based. And we need to also recognize that there's other technologies out there that can help us to decarbonize those fossil fuels, whether it be carbon capture, whether it be blending hydrogen into natural gas, whether it be renewable natural gas or certified sourced natural gas. All of that can help us get to the clean energy future that we're desiring to get to without compromising our reliability. And so I'll just pause there for a second to see if Alan has anything else to add on there.
Frank, I think you summed it up well. I saw Chuck Eves go on to video here. Don't know if you've heard anything on this front on the operation side, but Frank, I agree that there has not been the same level of alarm, but they are looking down the road at the potential for issues in the not too distant future.
Yeah, for this winter and looking in at that issue, their proximity to the Marcellus Shale, I think, provides them a benefit. They do not have the same dependence on the liquefied natural gas that we do. So their situation is better than New England, and there's not the same level of alarm in New York today for this issue.
So their proximity to Marcellus puts them in a better position reliability standpoint, but they also won't let pipelines to be built out through their state for us to maintain that same level of reliability.
There's an irony there, I suspect, is what you're kind of alluding to.
Yeah.
And I think they have the existing infrastructure and pipeline capacity to maximize the use of that shale gas that's available to them.
So just to close the loop too, in my earlier question to Gordon around, can a market design solve for reliability? Because right, in a market, in a competition, somebody has to lose. That's just the nature of competition. And as we've seen, this group in particular knows well some of the tactics Nextera is using. They don't want to lose. They want their resource that they own in Massachusetts to remain as financially viable into the future as much as they can. So I guess, posing the same question to this group, can a market solution solve for reliability if at the end of the day, somebody has to lose and they're going to put as many financial resources behind it as possible to run a PR campaign to prevent that loss to their shareholders from happening?
Yeah, so again, I'll ask Alan to talk about the market, but let me beforehand, I think, one of the things I look at is what we could do in the short term again. And I think it's more like, I'll call it an insurance policy. We all have insurance policies. Sometimes we use them. And so I guess at that point you could say we're winners and sometimes we don't. And possibly that's when we're losers. I think we need to make sure that the resource adequacy that these generators could have through making sure that they've got the resources on site or secured with these LNG tankers is really critical to the future of making sure that we have a reliable grid, at least in the short term, as we work on the market forces to have a long-term solution here. So Alan, you being our market expert, I'd love for you to just kind of opine on that a little bit.
Yeah, so in addition to the short-term solution that we think something is necessary that's going to procure LNG and oil in some sort of targeted fashion. But for long-term, yes, some sort of market solution can work to maybe not perfectly ensure reliability, but to make for a much more reliable system. But it has to have some sort of forward procurement component to it to incent the investment in the type of resources that we need to actually come into the market or to be built in the region. These are things that may have viability down the road. Gordon Vainley touched on things like long-term storage. Don't know if it really exists yet, but ideally it would be a perfect solution if it could be developed on a cost-effective basis, modular nukes, things of that nature. But even a market design construct is still going to have to be developed to get us through the next 10 to 15 years before resources like that can be developed, where we can actually get maximization of the existing infrastructure, such as use of those LNG terminals that feed into the eastern end of New England through long-term contracting by generators. And they're not going to do that without a market signal that is going to give them some level of comfort that they're going to be compensated for making those business decisions and investing those dollars in future fuel inventory. Whether that's a seasonal market that would be run, say, every summer for the following winter by ISO New England or something longer term, I think still has to be developed.
So, lost my train of thought, but that just kind of, at the end of the day, right, the merchant generators are making business decisions based, and I don't think that's, for a merchant generator to make a business decision on something that could literally cause life and death, I think that's something we all need to reconcile with. And as us as legislators who, hear from our constituents constantly, I can tell you, when ISO sort of shined the light on this problem back in November, December, sort of more publicly, I think like you folks in particular, this has been a couple of years in the making, but it got a lot of attention most recently, and a lot of us legislators got a lot of feedback from constituents on how unacceptable something like a scenario like that could be. So, the more I read, the more of these I do. I do think vertically integrated utility model is the best model for reliability and transparency and accountability. I wasn't necessarily satisfied with Gordon's answers on accountability because I'm still not 100% sure who really they are accountable to. But I know we can't put that genie back in the bottle. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. I know it'd be expensive, but just to touch on, Frank's great presentation on the equitable modern grid, if we were so vertically integrated, the PUCs would have so much more influence on that, and Connecticut residents would have so much more influence on that process. More of a statement than a question, but open it up for back and forth.
Yeah, so, there might be a space, quite frankly, for the utility to play in there. I think you're right. Trying to put the genie back in the bottle, or the toothpaste back in the tube, however we want to refer to it, would be quite difficult. But, there may be a space for the utilities to play in, some kind of winter reliability program or something of that fashion to make sure that we're just not in the situation that we're in today. Which is, again, totally unacceptable. I totally agree with you. I totally agree in terms of hearing it from our customers. It's not acceptable, and the region shouldn't be, in this situation at all.
And that's my fear too. I touched on it with the ISO presenter. Is your company, and Eversource are going to be left holding the bag on a load shedding event, because it's your responsibility to communicate that with the customers. This isn't ISOs. Should it be? Maybe it should be ISOs. I don't know, but I don't think it's necessarily fair that our EDCs in Connecticut and Massachusetts, all across the region, would be the ones having to communicate, a load shedding event, and then have to deal with, because there would be political backlash to that, right? And then it'd be behooving upon us as legislators to communicate that with our constituents that, listen, this is not necessarily our EDC's fault, and let me explain why. So, I think we're all in a very precarious situation here, and that's why accountability in how we're able to hold the regional market operators accountable is, an important thing to take out of this forum.
You said it well. We really cannot have this solution be elusive. We really cannot have it be elusive. We need to pin it down, come forth with the solution, and implement it. And again, I realize it's complex, but as you refer back to the days of vertically integrated, I don't know that that was a problem back then. And I'm not saying that we go back to vertically integrated, but we had a solution, so we need to make sure that we put a solution in place so that our customers, your constituents, aren't forced or faced with an unreliable grid.
Yeah, and I know things weren't perfect under the old vertical integration model. I know there were issues that PUCs had with utilities on building out too much capital, things like that. But here in Connecticut, we're switching over to performance-based, rate making, so that in and of itself, if done, right in that docket, could be a way to control some of those previously sort of hurdles with vertical integration that the PBRs could solve for that. But we'll find out.
Yeah, the process has evolved. It's certainly become somewhat more sophisticated. So, and we've learned from it.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Chuck and Alan. Thanks, Senator Needleman.
Welcome.
Thank you, Representative. We're about 25 minutes behind schedule. I see Representative Farrell has his hand raised, so I'm going to let him go and then close it out with a couple of words after that.
Thank you, Senator Needleman, and thanks, Frank, for that presentation. In the interest of time, I'm going to keep it really short. You had a slide regarding the bill components that you showed. I'd be interested if you could provide to the committee the backup data you had in creating that slide. I think it would be interesting to see how you actually categorize the charges.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. I'll get the team to get that over to the committee, Rep. Ferraro.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Representative. I have one question that I'm going to close with that I wanted to ask everybody, and I hadn't written it down, but David sort of hinted at it. One other thing though, Frank, which I didn't ask any of the other participants, do you know if there are any US flagged NLG tankers?
That I don't know, but John Rudiak might know that. And I think John's on.
John? No.
No, he's not. Okay.
Oh, no, there he is. Yeah.
Actually, Frank, I could probably think of 1,000 questions and I could answer 999 of them, but that one I'm not actually 100% sure about. So what we can do is we can go and get back to the committee with an answer.
Okay. No. In one of my conversations in the last 2 weeks, I asked somebody, it might have been Gordon, it might have been somebody else. My understanding is that there is not. That presents a significant problem because of the Jones Act for the similar reasons about the offshore wind. Just to highlight that for the committee, that means that if there are only foreign flagged vessels moving LNG, they cannot move from US port to US port. So you can't move stuff from one port in the US and load it up somewhere and move it up here. It can only move from a foreign port here to one port or from here to a foreign port. Jones Act is the reason that there's a ship being built to deploy wind energy by Dominion. Great, but there are several wind energy deploying vessels out there globally, but they cannot work within US waters from port to port. So that's a federal law meant to protect the shipbuilding industry that no longer really exists in the United States, but it is a restriction on the deployment of LNG, which is critical to reliability right now. The last question, because we are behind time, is on a deregulation plus or minus. There are pluses and minuses clearly in there. Overall, do you think it's been a plus or a minus?
Oh, that's a tough one to answer. I mean, I think customers have been offered choice in terms of ESCO.
It saved them money, made it better product, made it more reliable.
All of that. I mean, so I think again, ESCOs have had the opportunity to be competitive. I don't know if they have been so much with the standard offer. And then, customers have had choice, but really, I think the question is around what were the characteristics of determining whether or not deregulation was successful, and have we met those characteristics? What was the criteria that was
and how we did it? Because there were other ways. Resource adequacy could have been maintained more locally, like Vermont did, and that's the issue with the New York grid. New York is a single state ISO. That's a bigger state. It's bigger than all of New England, but public policy components of New York law all impact the grid and the grid operator and their regulatory authority there. So even though they're deregulated, they're not vertical necessarily, they control the whole 9 yards. I think Gordon would agree, we have competing interests in New England because not every state is on the same page. And that creates additional problems in managing the grid. With that, Frank, I'm going to thank you. I think that we have 3 more speakers and we're a little behind. You did a great job. And thank you for doing the tabletop yesterday. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Senator. And thank you, Rep. Arconti and committee. Appreciate it.
So I think up next, I hope I got it right, is Commissioner Dykes. And
I
there
hope
she is.
I'm correct in being here at the right time. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly. And I apologize for being a little behind schedule.
No problem at all. It's been great to hear the other panelists. I just want to say I really appreciate the committee members kicking off this session with convening on this important topic. Especially appreciate you, bringing all of these different panelists together. Clearly, if we're going to deliver on more affordable, reliable, clean electricity for Connecticut's ratepayers, we need everyone who's a part of this forum to be working together to advance some comprehensive and collaborative solutions. So just to speak briefly, as you talk about the topic of deregulation and how it has served Connecticut, first it starts off with assessing that primary and longstanding goal, which is achieving a more affordable and reliable electricity supply. That was certainly a principal motivator for deregulation 20 years ago, as well as the need to reduce ratepayer risk associated with electric supply and power plant investments. I think if you turn back the clock to the late 80s and 90s, there's certainly a big spirit of deregulation happening in telecom and other sectors, but there was also here in New England a lot of reaction from consumers to cost overruns for building nuclear power plants through cost of service regulation in the Northeast, or in New England. And I think that drove a lot of the sentiments around deregulation. So insulating ratepayers from the risks of those large capital investments in power plants was a major objective, and we should keep that as kind of a yardstick for measuring how well the deregulation is done. Another, of course, thing that was really interesting to me and kind of looking back at this history is the same Public Act 9828, that deregulated generation and directed the Eversource and UI to sell off their generation assets, also established the renewable portfolio standard and the utility administered energy efficiency programs. So I think, what I take from that was there was a strong direction to say, let's shift to competition to meet reliability needs, less risk on the ratepayers of those investments, but that Connecticut still retains an interest in ensuring that we're meeting air quality challenges, that we're supporting clean energy development, economic development for certain types of clean energy resources, and that there's an expression in that bill through the RPS, through the efficiency programs, to ensure that those goals are met as part of our energy supply. And of course, since 1998, those goals have been updated. Our RPS targets have been increased. The Global Warming Solutions Act was also passed and then updated to create decarbonization targets economy-wide, which includes the electric power sector. I would say, so I think that even in its inception, deregulation had these kind of twin goals that we're continuing to struggle to achieve in terms of decarbonizing, achieving affordability, less risk for ratepayers, and meeting reliability needs. So just a couple observations that may be instructive to what we do, where we go from here. I think that deregulation, we overestimated the extent to which merchant generators would invest in the megawatts that were needed for reliability needs. And I think that there were two challenges there. First, I think the initial approach to deregulation overestimated the extent to which merchant generators would make those investments in power generation in the locations on the grid where it was needed. And second, in the fuel delivery infrastructure that is necessary to ensure that those power plants in our system can operate reliably year-round. That's the winter reliability challenge that has been front of center. So I think that to that first topic, in terms of addressing the need to incent investment of those merchant generators and power plants, that really led to the creation of the capacity market. After years of expensive RMRs, we had inadequate transmission in Fairfield County that was contributing to that. And FERC responded by directing the ISO New England to come up with a new market, a forward capacity market, designed to give power plant developers more revenues and more certainty to retain or build new power generation in the region. This capacity market construct was never contemplated when Connecticut deregulated in 1998, but it's now a federally and ISO controlled construct to select which types of power plants should be built in our region. So I just think that's really important to point out. And then to that second challenge of fuel security and winter reliability, I think you've heard other speakers talk about the kind of, the history of short-term and discarded solutions, or the failure of more permanent or attempts for more permanent solutions to be advanced by the ISO in this regard, whether it's the winter reliability program that was in place for a brief period, or the pay for performance program, which has fallen well short of solving this challenge. So it's a really pressing challenge, and it is only becoming more difficult to solve as climate change is driving more extreme weather events. So I think it's very important for the legislature to be convening this discussion. It's certainly one that's been front of mind for us at DEEP. We've had some recent correspondence with the ISO New England about the steps that they're taking and their plan to address this winter and next winter, where we have significant exposure. The third challenge that I think wasn't anticipated when deregulation was started, I think the state overestimated the extent to which clean energy developers could get financing and invest in renewables and other public policy resources based on spot market energy and REC revenues. Our state's renewable portfolio standard offered the promise of renewables and energy efficiency to diversify our power supply, but solar and wind and other developers just weren't able to convince banks to finance their projects based on uncertain energy and REC prices. And so starting in the 2010s, working together with the legislature, DEEP was able to initiate power purchase agreement RFPs with the utilities and ultimately ratepayers, backstopping those long-term fixed price contracts. And they've been pretty successful using a competitive program. We've gotten, pretty robust competition. In those RFPs, we've been able to capture the declining costs of these technologies over time and see resources like solar, like offshore wind now moving forward so that we can make progress in meeting our goals. But unfortunately, rather than embrace, and I'll say that those resources are helping to diversify our fuel mix, which is a partial solution or contributor to addressing our winter reliability needs, especially when you talk about resources like offshore wind. But unfortunately, we've been locked in this battle, if you will, where ISO New England and certain NEEP pool stakeholders have advocated for building barriers to those public policy resources being counted in the forward capacity market. And that, leads, I won't go into the whole history of the MOPR, but, I think that that has really not been a promising solution for any of us to help ensure that we can make this transition to a cleaner grid within our deregulated market. So I'll say that, if we look at where does this leave us now, or I'll say an additional emerging, I think, challenge, in addition to three I've just mentioned, is extreme weather events. So the delay in decarbonizing across our economy, across our global economy, means that our power grid, one of the most incredible machines ever designed by humankind, is sensitive to changes in weather events and changes in those tolerances that climate change is driving. And so that means that we have a shared challenge to ensure that that grid can maintain reliability in an affordable way, but within more weather extremes. And so, that, I think, coupled with the fuel security challenge, makes this issue very urgent. So let's go back to the principal goals: affordability, reliability. How are we doing in terms of deregulation? Unfortunately, because of all these challenges that I've just mentioned, our ratepayers are paying higher costs because of this bifurcated market, where we are paying our load share of the cost of the ISO New England markets, but then 100% of the cost of resources that we need to meet our goals. And when our resources that we're procuring are not counted in the regional market, that means our ratepayers are double paying. In addition, our state has stepped up, I think, more than many, I'll say, to help prop up the reliability of the grid in light of this persistent winter reliability challenge. And a central example of that is with the Millstone contract, which I know has been discussed. It was the right thing for Connecticut to do. And certainly as we think about this winter and the challenges that Mr. Van Welle has described, we should not and the ISO's description of needing to work more with states. Clearly, the states have been doing a lot to help shore up winter reliability, but we've had to do that outside of the market through contracts that Connecticut ratepayers are supporting. With respect to decarbonization goals, I think to assess where we are there. Certainly our investments in our power purchase agreements through competitive procurements have been successful, as well as our continued investment in energy efficiency. We've avoided the need to build out 1,000 megawatts of generation in our region as a result of the investments we've been making through the Conservation and Load Management Program over the years. And that's an important success to celebrate. But we have, I would point you to our Integrated Resources Plan, which DEEP issued last fall. We did an extensive analysis of what we need to meet our decarbonization goals while addressing winter reliability, affordability, and grid reliability. And we need to be investing more in flexible and dispatchable resources. The legislature has helped kick that off with the energy storage programs that it authorized in the target established last year. DEEP is looking forward to investing in or advancing grid scale storage procurement, as well as focusing on demand response and other types of investments that we need to complement our renewable energy purchases. In addition, I've already talked about the efforts we've taken to retain nuclear resources as well. And transmission is another important resource. I'm not sure how much that's featured in this discussion, but it is a critical resource for reliably integrating renewable resources, delivering more affordable power for our ratepayers, as well as supporting grid reliability. So with all that in mind, I just want to focus on a couple of bright spots, if you will, and to wrap up here. First, we are poised. I think there's going to be a vote on Thursday in the participants committee at NEPL that will hopefully lead to a path to end the MOPR, applying the MOPR to state contracts on some time frame. So I think that's a positive step. But ultimately, if we are going to achieve our affordability, reliability, and our decarbonization goals, we need the ISO to be prioritizing reforms to the energy and ancillary services markets that prioritize decarbonization. All the battles we've been having about the capacity market would have lower stakes if we were able to improve the revenues that resources such as nuclear resources are receiving through the energy markets. Those are where we're compensating the generators that are performing and delivering on reliability that we need every day. I mentioned the focus that we have on investing in flexible and dispatchable resources, investments in transmission. I should note here that the federal government, with the enactment of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or the bipartisan infrastructure law, has put some tools on the table that can help us kickstart and deploy more transmission projects, working together with our sister states at a lower cost to ratepayers, where we can leverage federal dollars. We need more attention to transmission planning to enable that. And then lastly, I'll speak to governance. It's no secret, I'll say it was August of 2020 that this committee convened a forum after Tropical Isaias. I had the opportunity to testify there and speak to some of these challenges of deregulation, and subsequent and highlighting many of these same challenges of double payment and needing better coordination with the ISO New England markets. And just a few months later, I was really proud that Connecticut could be part of a 6-state vision statement that was issued through the New England States Committee on Electricity that highlighted consistent goals among our 6 states for reforms that we urgently need from the ISO New England. And the vision statement refers to those reforms in 3 areas: market reforms, reforms to transmission planning, and reforms to governance. Certainly ending the MOPR, addressing energy and ancillary services, as I mentioned, are critical pieces of those market reforms that need to move forward urgently. With respect to transmission planning, the ISO has an incredible staff, wonderful engineers, grid planners, folks with more knowledge and visibility into the needs of our complicated regional grid system than any one state agency or entity. And they can play a really critical role in helping us look not just line by line, but more comprehensively at the transmission system to figure out what the strategic investments are needed that will help avoid downstream impacts and enhance reliability and affordability. And so we really, I think the ISO has been lagging respectfully as compared to other ISOs and RTOs in providing that proactive planning function to assist states and developers in making those necessary investments in transmission. We've seen some improvements since the states identified this as a challenge in our vision statement, but there's certainly a lot more that we can do in partnership with the ISO from a planning standpoint that can support better investments in transmission. And then finally, governance. This is a really essential element, though I've worked on these issues for about 10 years now. As we've had our debates and challenges around market reforms and MOPR and the capacity market and winter reliability and so on and so forth, it's become increasingly apparent to me that reforming the governance structures of the ICE New England is necessary if we're going to have a more collaborative and constructive partnership between states and the ISO to achieve these shared responsibilities and shared goals. As we the New England states assessed some of the governance structures and other RTOs elsewhere in the country, and I think that there are certainly a lot of reforms that the ISO could and should make to improve their interaction with the states in their, as they're developing proposals for market reforms, as an example, but also their overall transparency, sharing more information with what they're doing, what challenges they're seeking, what solutions are needed, how they're coming up with or making their decisions. They prize and privilege their independence from market entities, but states are not market participants, and we have important jurisdictional roles to play and responsibilities. And so therefore, more transparency, I think, would better aid us to do our jobs and would also make the ISO more successful. So I've said a lot there. I just want to say that to the earlier comments in terms of, would it be better to go back to a vertically integrated model? I'll say that I don't know that that's the only option is vertical integration or reliance on ICE and New England FERC jurisdictional markets. Ultimately, competition, I think, has been a good thing for ratepayers. And there are many reforms that we have been talking with other states and other market participants about, reforms to the market that would harmonize and perhaps create a hybrid where states can continue to pursue their goals, but in shared regional markets that embrace competition. I think it's really important to look in that solution space as a place to move forward. And of course, when we're talking about deregulation, that involved not only divesting utility-owned generation, but also opening up retail competition for electric supply. I know that's not a focus of today's conversation, but that was certainly another major driver of deregulation that would have to be assessed if there were a change. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. As usual, I went too long and too fast, but if there are any questions, I hope I'll be able to answer them for you, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. It's always a lot to unpack, and I do want to say that your work organizing with Governor Lamont, the other states, to try to get everybody on the same page here so that we at least share some common policy goals has been really quite extraordinary. You've been fighting the battle for a long time, and I think that's part of the battle to move forward as a region, where I hope it's enough, because bringing down Hydro-Quebec, neither Vermont, New Hampshire, or Maine want us to do that. And that would certainly go a long way to help in terms of reliability. But a couple of people have their hands up. Representative Arconte.
Yes. Thanks, Commissioner, for coming today and always participating in our forums and offering your expertise, your decade experience over at Deep and PURA, the back at Deep. I've been writing through your whole comments, so I'm just going to start with the last thing that you touched on. That's competition, and sort of combine the last two things you talked about, competition and transmission. I don't know. I don't know if, I think right now, I think our constituents and ratepayers would say they need don't necessarily feel like its competition has been a win for them. So in terms of transmission and FERC Order 1000, taking away the refusal of first, the ROFR, right? That's how the ROFR rule. See, I'm getting good at my acronyms. The ROFR rule, and thus by potentially increasing competition, right? We haven't seen prices come down in other sectors. So why should, we think it's going to happen there with transmission? And why not, kind of stick with a reliability factor and what we're accustomed to and what we know will occur if we stick with the incumbents?
Great point. So you're speaking to the right of first refusal element within Order 1000, which was another policy advanced by FERC many years ago now to help introduce more competition into transmission builds for reliability needs. And I will say that the New England has lagged with respect to other regions in terms of being able to introduce more competition to reliability transmission investments. We have some of the highest cost per mile for transmission here in New England vis-a-vis other states. Some of that is because we're a very dense region and it's more difficult to build things here. But that I think should mean this is even higher on the priority list for the ISO and others involved in the reliability transmission investment process to ensure that that the rules are being written and the implementation of Order 1000 is not just advancing competition in spirit, but in reality. I will say that competition is not like a one and done, like you pass a law or approve a tariff and then you walk away. There's so much at stake in these markets. Billions of dollars of investment from incumbents, from innovators, from insurgents, right? We're going through this massive transition to newer technologies, cleaner grids. And so that means that these frameworks for competition are hotly contested, and regulators, grid operators, consumer advocates, folks like myself in policy roles have to be constantly engaged, as well as legislators, in making sure that the rules are being implemented effectively to get the benefits of competition. With respect to some of the build outs for public policy transmission, I think that there are some really interesting models that we can pursue to ensure that we get lots of multiple bids from developers, from consortia, again, so we can get the least cost for transmission development needed to integrate resources like offshore wind and so on. The FERC has a proceeding underway right now, the ANOPR proceeding, and I know that there's going to be a lot of focus on reforming the cost allocation and other aspects of that development. I think this is a very, very important issue because it addresses reliability and affordability.
So just to go back to what, my conversation that I was having with, ISO, one of the points they made was ISO needs to go to the states before they go to FERC, right? Essentially to kind of get, the way I took that, my perception was like they need permission to go to FERC. And I've never seen that play out in my 3 years as chair of this committee and one term before that. I don't know if you've ever seen that play out in your time. Just guessing on our interactions, my guess is that you know.
It's certainly not part of the formal process. But I will say sorry, I don't want to interrupt your question.
Go ahead.
I think it would really benefit the ISO in advancing their solutions if there were more dialogue with the states. The states do not have a vote at NEPOOL. That was by design years ago. But that, and we do weigh in and have influence to some extent through the NEPOOL process, in talking with and many of the market participants at NEPOOL. But we don't, for example, have the ability to raise our own proposals or advance our own tariff proposals to FERC for consideration. For example, it's kind of like we can't independently raise bills. It's the same idea. We have to work through the NEPOOL process, through the ISO, in order to try to influence tariffs that are advanced for consideration. In other parts of the country, states do have the ability to make those filings directly.
That was that was going to be my follow-up question. So for us, for states, it sounds like, just from the back and forth we had in life, so it sounds like they want more state participation, right? One of the representatives on the committee asked, like, how can we be helpful? Giving the states a vote in NEPL, giving the states the ability to submit, as a region, proposals to FERC would be a great next step, I think, in getting that more engagement that ISO wants, getting the engagement that they say they need for them to create the market rules to best serve us, right? Because they're made up of us, the states, the 6 New England states. So what types of reforms, what do we need to do? Because I think, as you mentioned, PGM, right? I think they're a region that allows states to submit proposals directly to FERC. I don't know if MISO does. I'm not sure. I think they can. I don't know for sure, but I know PGM can. So how do we rewrite the rules, or does UNESCO have to get involved for the 6 states to join together to allow for that?
So we've been making these recommendations, or asking the ISO about whether they would support amending their tariff to allow states to have 205 filing rates at FERC, and the response has been that they are not supportive of that. I will say, and I will share these links with the committee after the meeting, the session today. We went in detail in a report that the 6 New England states delivered to the governors last June. We listed about 7 or 8 different, I would say, relatively modest improvements that the ISO could make in governance, in terms of even providing public summaries of reports to their board in a public way, updating their mission statement to reflect the need to balance consumer and state interests, not currently reflected, ensuring that they can provide more detail in writing to states about where they do not support a proposal that the states have recommended in NEPL, how they balance consumer costs and other state interests, even holding their board meetings open to the public so that legislators and state officials and the general public could hear some of their deliberations and how they're reaching decisions. There's a list I'll share. I won't go in detail of these with the committee to see some of the more modest changes we've been asking for. We've heard some, steps from the ISO that they want to take to embrace some of these, but I think it falls quite short of what other states have in terms of being able to advance directly to FERC, concepts and tariff proposals coming directly from the states. Ultimately, this is what was at stake. The ISO didn't exist when Public Act 9828 was enacted. And so it was only after, all these RMRs and these challenges with being able to maintain reliability through merchant generator investment alone, that the ISO created, or the FERC kind of embraced the creation of the ISO as a nonprofit and gave it utility status in New England. And it's through that utility status that the ISO has this ability to make these filings to FERC. But it's a big question of accountability. As you hear the ISO saying that they need the states to step up and advance solutions to address things like winter reliability. When they asked, well, what does that mean? What do they need the states to do? What solutions are necessary? We sent, I sent a letter in December to the ISO to just ask for a little bit more detail. For this winter, for example, it's clear that the ISO is doing more to communicate to the public about some of the risks, but the plans are hard to understand. It's not clear if the ISO has plans to address some of these risks. And then you hear the ISO saying things like, well, we need the states to help solve these risks, but we just don't have enough visibility and transparency into how the risks are being calculated, or what investments are needed to address these challenges. At the same time, we're working overtime to remove barriers like the MOPR that have been erected to prevent state investments from being counted. So I think there's only we can only go up from here, but it's a critical issue in terms of governance. I think it hasn't been. Yeah,
I would agree, and I think low hanging fruit you know, after hearing the conversation and the dialogue that this committee had with ISO earlier, you know, asking for that more state involvement, you know, I think 205 filing rights should be, from what I heard earlier, a relatively easy first step to accomplish in getting us and the other 5 New England states a little bit more involved in the decision-making process and forwarding reliability solutions and decarbonization goals solutions into our marketplace if we want to solve for the reliability issue. Just a follow-up too on, so when I think of a regulator versus utility relationship, right? ISO even earlier said they have that utility status, as you just mentioned, and FERC is their regulator. So when I think of that, I think of the UI Eversource relationship with PURA. That is a regulatee relationship where PURA, Chair Gillette, can call the 2 utilities in. She can conduct investigations like they did after Tropical Storm Isaias. I guess the question is, I don't see that relationship playing out at all with FERC and ISO. I mean, if we were still vertically integrated and the utilities were saying, we may have a reliability issue, I'm fairly confident Chair Gillette would haul them into a hearing and the problem would get solved. And there'd be some accountability measures put in place. I don't see FERC doing that with ISO. So what is the actual relationship between the two, and is it really a regulator utility model relationship as I think of it?
I think that it is. I'll just speak to the winter reliability issue. I think it's bigger, it's a broad question, and maybe I'll just give this one example that was a bit concerning to us at DEEP and to, I think, some of the other New England states, where I applaud the ISO for doing more to, share with the public directly about some of the challenges the grid is facing. But we were concerned in December about the extent to which the ISO was articulating what their plan was to address that risk, or if they weren't planning to advance any solutions, why they had chosen not to do that. And, thinking about the winter reliability program from years past, for example, and whether that was a solution that the ISO had considered and discarded. And the ISO's response was essentially that FERC had, some years ago, that FERC had, signaled that they needed to end the program. And so therefore they were not, considering that. But I think that flips the role of the regulator and the utility, right? In this case, if there is an emerging risk of the nature of what the ISO has been describing in terms of our grid reliability for this winter, I think it's incumbent on the ISO to bring that challenge with new information to FERC with a proposal, as opposed to suggesting that it's FERC's job to direct affirmatively, or initiate with the ISO, a directive to go out and assess a problem and identify a solution. It's certainly not Chair Gillette's job, to run the utilities. It's to make sure that the utilities are accountable to meet their reliability needs. And so I think that is, as we are eager as states to be more involved with the ISO, we certainly should not relieve them of their responsibilities. They are the ones responsible for this. They have the best information about our grid challenges, and it's incumbent on them to be more transparent about the analysis that they're using to conclude that they have these risks, and about what solutions should be advanced or that they do not believe are needed. And they should advance that to their regulator, to FERC, and be more transparent about that with the states and with legislators and others in this arena.
I agree, because at the end of the day, the ratepayers and constituents of Connecticut that we all serve, they will certainly hold us accountable and responsible for any type of event that has been described that could happen if this problem isn't addressed in the next handful of winters. So thanks. That's the last question I had, Senator. So thanks for the time and the indulgence, and thanks again, Commissioner, for coming on today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Conte. Representative Mashinsky, and then I think we're going to close it off. The order of people coming to speak after this is Chairperson Gillette, and Eversource, and then NEPCA. So we have 3 more participants. We're probably about a half hour behind, maybe a little bit more than that. So
I'll launch right in. Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Commissioner, we're hopefully getting some federal money that we can use for infrastructure. And I'm wondering what would be the number one use of it that would help with this reliability question so that we have fewer people at risk?
Oh, that's a great question. So I think that in the bipartisan infrastructure law, I mentioned transmission. We know that investments in transmission will be critical to help more integrate offshore wind and renewable resources more reliably. And the DOE, the US DOE, now will have $5 billion to allocate for a transmission facilitation program where we'll be able to have federal money be part of the overall financing package for a large transmission project. So that will really help to reduce the cost to ratepayers of building out these transmission lines that are going to be critically needed to both better interconnect renewables, but also to support a more reliable and affordable electric grid. So that's one example, but it's a competitive program. So we'll do well if we work with our other states and try to partner with them on a regional approach, and so that we can try to compete effectively for those dollars. In addition to that, the bipartisan infrastructure law includes a really significant increase in funding for grid resilience programs, a brand new grid resilience program that will support a whole host of different resilience and reliability investments. Those include things like microgrids, undergrounding, hardening, vegetation management, a whole host of things. In addition, there's also a revival of the smart grid program, essentially, that was in place in 2009 from the Recovery Act. And so to the extent that Eversource, for example, I think there's a lot of discussion going on, a proceeding at PURA as part of Equitable Modern Grid that's highlighted the need for investment, opportunity for investment in advanced metering infrastructure for Eversource, particularly, that will help to unlock more demand response, better integration of resources like energy storage, as well as more resilience for customers. So that federal money is well timed and could help to lower the cost to Connecticut ratepayers of investments like that if they were approved by PURA. I would say, Representative Mashinsky, I've learned, both of those that I just described are competitive programs. And if you just assume that Connecticut might receive about 1% of the dollars allocated under a competitive program nationwide, both of those programs together could bring approximately $130 million to the state of Connecticut. But the eligible entities who can compete for those dollars in some cases are the utilities themselves directly. I believe grid operators and others and state agencies and utility commissions could also be eligible applicants under some of these programs. So we're assessing all these opportunities, but there's certainly, as we talk about all the challenges that you're hearing about today, it's good to keep our eye on every opportunity to have the federal government and federal dollars help reduce to some extent the needed ratepayer investments to support grid reliability.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I just, first of all, I want to thank you a lot for coming, Commissioner. I have one, I won't ask you the deregulation. Was it on par, better or worse, or more complicating or less complicating? It's a hard question to answer based on everybody wanting to dance around that a little bit. Can I honestly ask you, because you haven't been chair for the whole 22 years since we've deregulated, do you think that our policy goals as an individual state in a regional grid have made it harder or less hard to operate the grid?
I think our policy goals have contributed in many ways. I mean, I mentioned energy efficiency, for example, enormous savings to ratepayers through the investments in those programs. Not just the bill savings for the individual customer, but like I mentioned, 1,000 megawatts that we of power generation that we've cost effectively avoided. And I think our investments. Look, these challenges in terms of extreme weather events that we're experiencing are a result of climate change. And if we want to be able to preserve reliability into the future, we have to decarbonize faster than we're currently doing it. And so I think that our public policies are short of amending the Federal Power Act, which was written in 1935 to, reflect decarbonization as a goal, and certainly if that were feasible, I think we'd be politically in Washington, we'd be having a very different conversation about how to solve our challenges. But I think what's really been challenging is that disconnect between these FERC jurisdictional markets that are agnostic, carbon agnostic. And the need to decarbonize our electric supply in order to address climate change and minimize extreme weather events and provide for more reliability. I'll point to the Millstone legislation. I think that's another example. Bipartisan support for that authority to move forward and prevent that critical resource from retiring. Is a public policy that I think the region is thanking us for. So I think in many ways our public policies have complemented and helped to support not only decarbonization, but also reliability. The key is, can we reform our governance structures? Can we come up with new market designs that are better harmonizing the FERC jurisdictional markets and our state decarbonization goals? I don't think deregulation was a mistake. I think what I do think is we have not achieved the original objectives of really harnessing competition in a way that could insulate ratepayers from these stranded assets and provide for more affordable electric rates. I don't know that means we need to abandon that original goal. I think that goal mattered. I think it was worthy, and it's something that still motivates us today, but we have to keep pushing further and further reforming our markets, driving more investment in transmission, opening up the governance of the RTO to be more transparent and more collaborative. And then I think we can really achieve the aims of direct deregulation, but we're not there yet.
Do you think any of that makes it either more reliable or less expensive? I mean, our ratepayers, and look, last year when we passed Take Back Our Grid, which is a bill that the committee is quite proud of, we incentivized, or we gave PURA authority to do low income rates. It's for somebody like me who has a large generator at my house, I can run it when there's a blackout. I fear that the lack of reliability that we're being hit with is the most inequitable thing that we could be doing, even though PURA's storage docket has come up with a plan to really incentivize it in lower income communities, which I think is really critical. But I just don't have a vision for this being more affordable as time goes on. And I'm not standing here. Affordability is based on the baseline of what it cost you yesterday and what it's going to cost you tomorrow. I think that, paying $8, $10, $20, or in my case, $30 a day to run my house for power is still a gigantic bargain when I think about everything I get. But that doesn't mean it's affordable for a working family or a low middle income or working poor family or below. And it's the difference in where it was to where it's going to be. We see it in the rate adjustment now for the winter rate that we're paying for, which on the surface was a gigantic rate increase at the time. Gas and oil are expensive, and fuel to run your car is expensive. So I just worry about the fact that pushing forward on the policy side, one state at a time, makes us spend more money and makes our ratepayers spend more money. And there's really not a way to make that equitable. I'm obviously deeply concerned. I share all the goals. There's no doubt about it. I just hate the idea that we are forced into doing this one state at a time. And it kind of, we've had this conversation, and I think energy efficiency has done a tremendous amount of good. I remember arguing with friends about how dare they tell me to buy a different light bulb. I hate that light bulb. But, light bulb changes that we incentivize have made a huge difference in terms of consumption. Anyway, I'm going to let it go at that. I do appreciate your expertise and your willingness to be here. This is a complicated issue, and in terms of educating and enlightening our committee members so that we can do the job of making good policy decisions, I think that's really important.
Well, I appreciate all of your leadership and the engagement of this committee on these complicated issues. Your leadership and tracking these issues, in all of these different jurisdictional forums that they're occurring. FERC, NEPOL, PURA, is to be commended, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
We probably should have put up a glossary for all the terms before we started talking about this stuff, but thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Chairman Gillette from PURA, and she comes fresh off the heels of a hearing that she was having a little while ago, and I appreciate you being here. So thank you for attending this. You have a lot of weight in this. Also, thank you for incentivizing this table topping of what if and coming up with a plan for what if we do find ourselves in a situation. The failure in Texas was they didn't apparently have a plan. So Houston was on, and rural Texas was really, really left out in the cold to the point where people died because of it. We can't let that happen, even though I don't want to have rolling blackouts at all. So, but if they're going to happen, we should at least know what we're doing. So thank you for being on.
Thank you, Senator Nealman, and thank you to both you and Chair Conti and the ranking members and all the members of EMT who are here today. As you mentioned, I was in a hearing all morning on a different topic, this one related to polls. So I apologize to the first two speakers who I missed. I came in towards the tail end of Mr. Reynolds' remarks just in time for him to put up that lovely slide about the equitable modern grid. So thank you to him and his team for previewing that. So I thought I'd focus my remarks here just to building on a little bit more about what PURA has been doing and what we see our role as in this conversation. I thought articulating that to the committee could be helpful because we're open to feedback if you think that we have mischaracterized our role or you'd like to see us to do something else or do something more. So I thought I'd start from there and touch on what we're doing with specifically with respect to the load shedding exercises and taking a step back from that, what we're doing in the 8th track of our equitable modern grid proceeding for situational awareness. And I know that Mr. Reynolds touched on, and I know I've been before the committee before to talk about the 11 different tracks that PURA has in that equitable modern grid proceeding. But the one that is, I think, most relevant to the conversation that we're having here today is the 8th track, which is focused on reliability and resilience. And when I speak about those terms, I mean them specifically with respect to the distribution infrastructure that is within the state and within the state's regulatory authority and jurisdiction. So we have been working with our utilities and stakeholders through that docket to create kind of a menu of options about how the different utilities could go about putting together a reliability and resilience portfolio. Because as the state and the public policy pushes us more into the direction of electrifying everything, we want to make sure that the distribution infrastructure is prepared to deliver the electricity to all these end uses that we're pushing for. So we are focused in that docket. We folded in as well many of the asks that the committee and the General Assembly have made through the Take Back Our Grid Act, looking at things like minimum staffing for the utilities as a resilience measure. And that's been kind of going on in the background, especially picking up after the conclusion of our tropical storm Isaias investigation. And that's where we kind of found ourselves in the fall, early winter, when the ISO first made its announcements about concerns around the load shedding issue. And that caused us to pause and evaluate where we were in the REO 8, the 8th track of our grid mod proceeding, to make sure that we were capturing the moment. And as you alluded to, Senator, and I'm sure many others before me have alluded to, load shedding is would certainly be an unprecedented event in the region, not one that we've encountered since the ISO's formed, and not one that I hope to ever encounter personally. But one of our big takeaways from the tropical storm Isaias investigation was the need for planning. And if even absent the Texas situation, which none of us want to see repeated, the tropical storm Isaias investigation yielded the importance of communicating timely and actionable information from the utilities to elected officials, to municipal officials, emergency response officials, and customers themselves. So in December, we initiated this conversation with our stakeholders and issued a number of discovery questions, which led to the convening of a initial tabletop exercise in early January. And I know Mr. Reynolds has previewed this, so I won't spend too long here. But what we did in early January was invite the ISO officials, as well as both of the utilities, to present on the operations and communications protocols that they would step through in the event of a capacity deficiency situation. So everything leading up to a load shedding event. And then also talking through what a load shedding event would mean, recognizing that municipal officials and their emergency response directors are used to thinking about electricity emergencies in the construct of a storm event, and used to thinking about like how they can have critical facilities prioritized and things like that. So we felt that it was imperative that we get both the utilities making sure that they have a plan and that they have exercised that plan, and also that they have communicated how different this type of event would be in terms of the municipal officials and our state agency partners' reaction to that kind of event. And we recognize that it certainly has sent some shockwaves, not just through the general populace, but also hearing concerns and questions escalated from municipal officials. And it's an uncomfortable conversation to have. But from where we're sitting, again, we feel that it's imperative to make sure that the utilities are having these conversations, no matter how unlikely or unprecedented this event ever would become. And separate from that, we need to be continuing to attack the root cause of the issue. So following up from that January 6th technical meeting at PURA, we have another opportunity for the municipal officials and emergency response officials to engage with us and the utilities. That's coming up in just a couple of days on February 7th. PURA is going to reconvene all of our stakeholders and municipal officials. We've been working with COST and CCM. Many of you may have seen things about this. It's another opportunity for municipal officials to weigh in on what they have heard from the utilities would be the type of information communicated in such an event, and how the actual implementation of a load shedding event would occur. So we're looking forward to that additional feedback. And then finally, the last piece of the puzzle, if you will, many of you may be familiar with this. During an actual emergency event, the state Department of Emergency Services, Homeland Security convenes, the state Emergency Operations Center. If it's not a kid, it's a cat. I'm sorry. So when the state convenes the State Emergency Operations Center, often they will also ask us to convene their task forces or working groups within that structure. They're called emergency support functions, or for short, ESF. There is an emergency support function 12, which is the task force under the State Emergency Operations umbrella that is tasked with coordinating utility restoration during an emergency. So that group is being convened for an exercise actually later this month. For everyone out there listening, it is being held on my birthday, so we are going to keep it on time as a birthday present to me. So we will convene that to make sure that the state agencies partners. So you know, there are other utilities at stake here that have implications from commercial power outages, you know, water utilities, telecommunications utilities, and other state agencies like DOT and other folks that are normally in the room when utility restoration has to occur. So we will be pulling all those folks together so that they can also hear from the utilities what a load shedding event means and how it would affect them. So, you know, in conclusion, I just want to say we are, you know, in the same camp as everyone else, very much hoping that the load shedding event remains an event that never happens in this region. We remain committed to helping the legislature, as well as our state agency partners like DEEP, in any way that we can to tackle the underlying issue here that may lead to a load shedding event. But the posture that we've taken to date is making sure that not just our utilities, electric utilities, but also all of our impacted stakeholders understand how a load shedding event would, you know, operationally happen and be communicated to customers, so that you know, if this happens, and if it happens, you're going to get less than 10 minutes notice. So we want to make sure that it's not the first time folks have been hearing about this, you know, if such an event is called. So with that, that concludes my prepared remarks. I'm happy to address questions and yield the floor to you, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman Gillette. 10 minutes, I didn't hear that before. I'm going to defer to Rep. Arcante for some questioning, and then probably come back at the end.
Thanks, Senator. Thanks, Chair Gillette. I just think you perfectly outlined why a regulator and regulation is so important in a space like this, a space like energy and electricity. Because, you know, with the scenario you're outlining, you know, it's sad to say, but like in a load shedding event in the depths of winter, like people could die, and none of us can. We have to do everything we can, I think, to prevent that from happening. So I want to kind of just circle back on the previous conversations I've been having with other panelists around just deregulation as a whole. You know, a big, you know, genesis of this the electricity sector deregulation was you know, the telecoms dereg, you know, effort in the 80s, and same with you know, airline dereg. And I think if reliability fell as a result of competition in the airlines, that wouldn't have lasted very long. But it seems to be falling here as potentially a result of the way these markets are designed. So just hearing the relationship that you have with our utilities in regards to delivery and storm response, the distribution side, no one has that. Am I right in saying no one has that relationship with a merchant generator? Because if you look at Texas, right, the generators there failed to winterize their plants because they didn't want to pay for it, and it was too expensive, and they didn't want to ask their customers to pay for it. So they wanted profits to remain, you know, where they were. So is that similar? I know it's not apples to apples, but is there that relationship with merchant generators in the RTO regions all across the country, not just ours?
Not from my perspective, I would not characterize that relationship that way. You know, the merchant generators and other market participants are reacting to the price signals that come from the market, which is, you know, why if we're talking about holding in state policy, you know, there's all those debates about adding a carbon price. We have Reggie, like the reason that you're looking at it that way in terms of layering in on things that send pricing signals is in a competitive market. You know, the competition is driving an action based on a price signal. So you know, there's some analogy to that with what, you know, PURA is doing with the regulated utilities, and that, you know, these are investor-owned utilities that are, you know, whose shareholders are looking for a specific outcome. So a lot of the tools at our disposal are price signals. But those are price signals that we can, you know, levy directly through specific tools and call them to the carpet, if you will. So I would not characterize the merchant generators as having a comparable relationship with the ISO or others. I mean, there are sometimes enforcement activities that FERC is empowered to undertake if there's, you know, market manipulation, but I'm not sure I would characterize that as being comparable to the PURA UI or PURA Eversource relationship.
Thanks for that answer. I don't have any further questions. I'll just say what I've kind of been hinting at with other panelists, that in a competition, somebody has to lose. And in a load shedding event, the loser is going to be all of us and just in the residents of Connecticut. And that's not, you know, acceptable. I don't think anyone on this committee would find that acceptable either. So thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Chair Gillette.
Thanks, Representative Arcante. And I did want to ask, because you have perspective coming from another RTO and have a reasonably sophisticated understanding of RTOs. You know, I didn't know how to come up with a sexy title for this forum. We bantered it about for a while. It's not a sexy topic, but it's a life-saving topic. It is something that is ubiquitous in our lives, and more so as time goes on. As Rep. Arcante said, we're going to electrify your house, we're going to electrify your heat, we're going to electrify your vehicles, and batteries. Known battery technology today has some benefit, but it doesn't have the benefit of dealing with balancing out the load of the entire grid for a week or a 2 week long weather event, at least at this moment. Who's doing a better job? And, you know, I think Meredith talked about, or maybe it was Gordon talked about Quebec, sorry. To any Quebecois living or listening in on this, they seem to have the advantage of Hydro-Quebec, which is a great carbon-free baseload power source. And they operate as one because it's a provincial government. When you get multi-jurisdictions into an RTO, there seems to be a lot of problems. And in your experience, what could we be doing to make this better, cost-wise and reliability-wise, while still meeting our carbon goals?
Okay, let me try to take that on. You know, you mentioned batteries, and given my background, I just went there. I wanted to tackle that topic, but I'll leave the battery storage legislation or programs to another day, and say, you know, you're right. Having come here 2.5 years ago from Maryland, which is part of the PJM RTO as opposed to ISO New England, there are common threads between the different RTOs and ISOs across the country and North America in terms of their governance, in terms of their market structures, in terms of their approaches to relationships with states. I will say that, it was a struggle when I was at the Maryland Commission. The commissioners there that I served definitely struggled with similar themes to what you hear Commissioner Dykes articulating in terms of frustrations with the governance of the RTOs and the ISOs, and frustrations that state voices are not more seriously incorporated into the conversations. I will say that, similar to the questions that Rep. Arconti was asking her earlier, pointing out about what are called Section 205 filing rights, that is definitely an advantage that states and other jurisdictions have over the states that are in ISO New England service territory, and that's a good place to start. I wouldn't ascribe that to PJM itself. I think it's just meaning that I don't think it's something that PJM necessarily supported. I think it's just how that evolved versus how ISO New England evolved. Another key difference that is, certainly something to keep your eye on or worth exploring is not all RTOs or power pools or ISOs have the same markets. There's more than just one market. You have a capacity market in ISO New England. That's not necessarily replicated in other markets, and I think that's something worth exploring. But generally, from where I sit in Connecticut, focusing on PURA's jurisdiction, I think what we would posit PURA especially needs to keep focusing on is the reliability and the resilience of our distribution infrastructure in the state. I support and defer to Commissioner Dykes on the state's position with respect to the ISO and its governance and market design issues. And for PURA, I think we really need to make sure that the limited ratepayer dollars that we have to work with are going to make sure that the infrastructure that we have in place is capable of delivering all this clean energy that the state has committed to delivering. So that's where I think PURA is going to remain focused. I hope that was responsive.
It was, and I appreciate that. I'm always mindful of not wanting to get out ahead of our skis here, because we have set goals, and the market design is the market design. It wasn't cast this way, as the commissioner said early on. It evolved to be what it is, maybe in some measure, in part due to a competitive market and the policy goals of the individual states. I don't think up until now we have been working in coordination with each other. And I worry, look, somebody put in the chat before, don't look up, which is a really good, terrifying movie in the Dr. Strangelove, ilk, but about climate change or the pandemic or whatever disaster you want to think is heading our way. But I always ask myself the question, are we making it better? Are we making it more expensive, less expensive, knowing that you can't calculate the cost in real dollar terms of climate change, right? There are intangible costs. Having coal burning power plants largely in cities, in many cases, where we're impacting air quality and causing illness and increases in asthma and other problems in children and adults, is an intangible cost. But we've decided, as David said, that 22 years ago, we were going to, in the fervor to deregulate, we were going to create this deregulated market. And one of the presenters here will be NEPCA, and I'm sure that they feel that this has been a great boom to the ratepayers, and in some measure it has. But in the airline industry, a few more planes dropping out of the sky would not deem to be an acceptable solution just to save a few bucks. There's still a regulatory framework around managing air traffic, air safety in the United States, even in an unregulated environment. Although there are moments when I question that when I get on some of the airplanes that I get on. But here we are, it's 2022. We have a lot of policy goals. We want to put more of them into statute. And some of the technology may not exist yet to achieve our goals. I'm a little leery about that. And one thing I can tell you is it's unacceptable to make electricity unaffordable for an ever increasing amount of residents in the state of Connecticut. It is unacceptable to make this more expensive and less reliable. So I know everybody's doing their part here, and I really appreciate it. This is a enormously complicated topic to try to attack, and on some level, I think the failure has been at the federal level. That we could have dealt with this 20 years ago federally and created a different market design nationally that would have allowed for a more equitable distribution of costs over the entire country. So you have states like Texas, which chase the cheapest rate and the result and don't want to be attached to any grid. And the result in Texas is what happened in Texas. You have California, which we don't talk about a lot, which pushed for an increasing amount of renewables on the grid and didn't take into account a broad regional weather event that didn't allow for any available power to come in from anywhere else. So in 120-degree weather, they had to do rolling blackouts because there was not enough power from the states around them. To me, that's a very troubling scenario. Texas was a one-time weather event. California was kind of like a market design problem. So we have both here. And I want us to be mindful as the legislature, as we move ahead and do policy stuff, to make sure that we're mindful of cost and we're mindful of reliability as we proceed to mitigate the impact of climate change one state at a time. So it's not an easy topic. We have a job to do. You have a job to do. I know you jumped on this thing about the possibility of rolling blackouts, but when I hear that, I think of the days when I ran a business down in the Caribbean in the 1970s, where every business had a generator. They fired them up when the grid turned off. It turned off all the time. And the poor people in that country lived knowing that there was a lack of electricity part of the day. Here, because it's New England, it's not just the discomfort or the inequity of kids trying to get educated by candlelight, right? It's the possibility of killing people because they freeze in their houses, and that's just not acceptable. So what you're doing to make sure that doesn't happen and that any reduction in load is equitable is really important. But we need to be trying to figure out how to make sure we don't have this situation continue, and we certainly need to make sure we don't make it worse. So I want to thank you as always. This is an education for me, and every time I talk to you or to Commissioner Dykes or any of the folks that were on this call, it's really an education, and the committee needs to be educated about the policies that we're moving forward. And I think that that's important. So thank you. I don't see any other hands raised, and I always appreciate your time. Thanks so much. I think up next is Eversource. I don't know who's actually Kanto, maybe the primary speaker, who's at least that's what I was told earlier. But whoever's going to open the conversation for Eversource, you guys are up next.
Thanks, Senator Needleman. Steve Sullivan, how are you today?
Oh, hey, Steve, how are you?
Again,
welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us here today. I haven't met most of you, but I look forward to opportunities to work together in the future. So, and just as quick background, I have approximately 30 years in this industry and primarily in operations. So, and I'm joined today by Diganto Chatterjee, Vice President of System Planning, and also Vandan Devasha, Vice President of Transmission Policy and Compliance. And there's really been a lot of good information discussed today.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second, Steve?
Sure.
To everyone listening, Steve is the new president of Eversource Connecticut. And I think it's the first time you're speaking to our group, and I appreciate you being part of this. Thank you.
I am. Thank you very much for the invitation. As I said, there's been a lot of good information discussed today, so I'm really going to focus my remarks on 2 areas. One is Eversource's plan that we're prepared to execute if needed during a critical energy supply emergency. And the other is really the critical role of transmission to advance a cleaner energy future while ensuring system resiliency and reliable energy service. And really that was one of the legs that Gordon referred to, and then Commissioner Dykes reinforced that as well. And I think we can move fairly quickly through these slides, so we'll have time for questions. So next slide. Can we forward to the next slide? Chris, are you controlling the slides?
Well, I think we need to make.
I am sharing the slides. Steve, what slide are you seeing?
The first page. The picture slide with our windmills. Yep, one more. So this is really what we wanted to talk about. I mean, it was alluded to today, but we didn't really talk about it in much detail. But the specter of facing an energy supply shortage, particularly in the winter, that might have a low probability, but obviously would be a very high impact for our customers. So it's very important that we have strong plans in place. And we and the other utilities will be following ISO New England's lead. But if the emergency required us to implement controlled rotating outages, our goal is to share that equitably amongst all customers wherever possible. So we've broken our circuits. We have a lot of circuits across the state. We broke those up into 16 groups. And each of those groups is approximately the same number of customers. And we've also worked to minimize the impacts to major hospitals, airports, large-scale power plants, but facilities that during a storm event, and I think Chair Gillette referred to this, that will be deemed critical during those events, like a police station or a fire station, they cannot be exempted and they will be impacted. There will also be overlap as we move away around the system. So once we're into the load shed, we'll be turning other circuits off and then turning circuits back on. And then Gordon talked about this as well. We will then pause and check to make sure that the supply and the demand is stabilized before we move on to the next round of circuits. Next slide. So here, this is really just a visual. And, everybody, from what I could hear, everybody on the committee certainly gets the impact of what we're talking about. But I think that this visually is an attempt to show that. So you'll see a bunch of circles on the map, and those represent circuits that we will have to de-energize as we move around the state. And we showed two scenarios, one a 10% load shed requirement and the other a 40% load shed requirement. So next slide. And I think just move through these. So this would be the first rotation. And then we would rotate through. We would rotate through a fourth, then a fifth, then a sixth, then a seventh, and then just pause on the next one. So again, I'm trying to move through this quickly, but as you can see, we're kind of rotating them around the state. At any one point in time, everybody will see an outage for the most part, except, as I said, those major hospitals and airports. But everybody else at some point in time will see an outage. On the other hand, everybody will also see a period of time where they have their power back and they can, reheat their homes, recharge their, as Gordon pointed out, not necessarily recharging their batteries in the basement, but recharging their portable devices. Now the next load, this is 10%. So the next one we'll show you as we cycle through is at the 40% level. And again, now we're taking more of those groups and we go through 4 rotations. So the next slide. And then the next slide. And just pause on this next one. So again, I'm moving through quickly, but you can all see the impact at this level at 40%. And, we're required to have the ability to go up to an 80%. Again, very unlikely that that's what would occur, but that is what we have to plan for. We're talking about 500,000 customers at a time. So, as you've seen, this would be a major impact on our customers, major impact on our state. Again, I want to emphasize this is a low probability event. But I've spent my entire career working to keep the lights on. So I think it was Representative Ferraro that said it first, and then Rep. Conti and others repeated it. It's unacceptable for our customers to face this risk. And it's very difficult for me to really even just wrap my head around it. So next slide. So here, Chair Gillette touched on it, and but I'll just go through this quickly as well. As communications, as Chair Gillette said, that's probably the most important part of this. During an energy supply emergency, we'll be working with ISO New England to communicate the information they are releasing to the state and municipal officials, along with our customers. Our outreach to key officials will be proactive to the best of our ability. As Chair Gillette said, when the initial request comes, we're actually required to execute that within 10 minutes. And it will also be similar to how we communicate during storm restoration events, again, to the best of our ability. Now, since ISO New England released its winter outlook, we have been in communication with stakeholders, the media, others to increase awareness. Chair Gillette held the tech session that Frank Reynolds referred to, and then Chair Gillette referred to again on this topic. The municipalities were invited to that. We actually have a webinar scheduled tomorrow with municipal officials, and at last count, I believe at least 50 communities had signed up for that webinar. So, and in that we go into some more detail. Again, we kind of show that rotating outages through the system, but we get some more detail on communications as well. And we're committed to open and transparent communication and providing the best available information that we have. But take in mind, it's a very dynamic situation. We drill for this, we prepare for this. We actually have never really been through this. And as I said, as we move around through those circuits, we have to pause and just balance off that supply and demand to make sure the system is stable before we move forward again. Next slide. So again, I think I covered most of this, but we're prepared to implement ISO's load shed orders if a supply deficiency does occur. As I said, we drill with ISO, we drill with the other local control centers. Again, I do want to stress, this is an unprecedented event, would likely occur rapidly with very little warning, and then it would evolve very dynamically. If ISO issues appeals for energy conservation, so early on in the early steps, as ISO sees it coming and they're issuing those calls for energy conservation, that's when we can best help our customers by spreading a unified message. And we really can use the state's help to both support and amplify that message. You know, I would say that energy supply, everything we're talking about today, it's undergoing a once in a generation transitional phase. And it's going to take several years before we fully evolve to a reliable, renewable energy supply situation. And it's really during this transition that we're going to have to continue to work with you and collaborate really with all stakeholders. Next slide. So, you know, here I'm just going to pivot and talk about the grid superhighway. And really, if we go one more slide. And again, Gordon brought this up. It was really the first leg that he referred to. Commissioner Dykes spoke very supportively of strategic transmission improvements. But our high voltage transmission system, it's like the grid superhighway. It's what allows us to flow power from generation sources to the load centers where our customers live and where they work. In recent years, we've been strengthening it by investing in targeted system hardening so that it can endure more extreme weather events with fewer impacts. We're designing and planning the system to accommodate large-scale resources like the offshore wind that you see, as well as the potential for expanded electrical vehicle networks and even solar on the distribution system. And achieving the lower carbon future that we all want really does depend on having a strong and flexible transmission system. Next slide. So this is a very simple map, but it's trying to give a sense of how the transmission system links those major pockets of customer demand. You can see the major cities around New England with the clean energy resources, the hydro to the north, onshore wind to the north, the massive amounts of offshore wind that are coming to the south and east of us. So that superhighway, in addition to the routine system maintenance and veg management, we're also constantly looking for ways to mitigate risks of extreme weather events. So that includes protecting our substations from rising flood levels, replacing aging wooden poles with steel that both withstand higher wind speeds, and also looking to add alternate feeds into areas that are susceptible to single contingencies. So as I said before, the path to zero carbon future really relies on integrating clean energy from a variety of resources. And you can get a sense of that from those resources when you look at Connecticut's integrated resource plan that was published last year. So whether it's large hydro that Gordon referred to that can act as a base load, whether it's that massive amount of offshore wind that will be coming on very soon onto the system, whether it's distributed solar, a robust and well-maintained transmission system will be key to future clean energy integration. Probably most importantly, to ensure efficient use of our rights of way and maximize infrastructure, we try to co-optimize reliability and clean energy needs wherever possible. I think Commissioner Dykes alluded to this. So for instance, we replaced those aging wooden poles with standard steel poles. Not only are they more resilient, but they're also able to carry larger conductors. So at the same time, we're changing out the hardware associated with those poles. And then when we reconductor, we're changing out the old conductor with, again, modern standard equipment. And that's capable of carrying larger loads. And it does it within the same footprint. Next slide. So here, you know, we're just trying to say that the actions that we are taking today are helping to achieve the strong and flexible grid of the future that will include more clean energy and increased electrification. I think you can see that on the graphic. We also support the need to study emerging technologies such as utility scale geothermal and hydrogen. We recently announced a geothermal pilot in a neighboring state and look forward to identifying opportunities in Connecticut where we can demonstrate similar projects. But as everybody's talked about today, as we move forward, it's critical that we all work together. You know, one area for collaboration that we believe is essential is in siting and permitting that needed infrastructure. You know, having a well-planned and evolving transmission system in place is critical to meeting our shared desire for a cleaner energy future. Next slide. You know, so again, just to wrap up, we're in a transitional phase for this electric generation supply. You know, we've chosen as a society to move to renewables, and we all support that. We've also chosen as a society to rely on a competitive marketplace for electric generation. So, and that's a tough ask for a marketplace to solve for a transitional shift in a capital intensive industry. So in this interim phase, market policy to the best of its ability should focus on fuel security and ensuring supply capacity. We likely will need broader and more robust interconnections with renewable resources to our north, and we think even to our west, both existing resources that are out there today and those that are likely to develop and enter the market queue. And in that, we will really need your support in siting and permitting these interconnections to have any chance to ensure a clean, reliable energy supply. And we look forward to working with you on those. And with that, I'll just take any questions.
Thank you, Steve. We've decided as a group that we're going to put in legislation to insist that one senior person from Eversource not have a Boston accent. Just kidding. Or at least be a Yankee fan or a Met fan or something.
Well, I can't do anything about the Yankees or the Mets, but I've been here for 10 years as a transplant.
All right.
Unfortunately, I'll never get rid of that accent.
We'll give you a break. People say I still sound like I'm from Brooklyn. Senator Formica had his hand up first, so I'm going to give him a shot. He's been very, very quiet today.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Steve, and welcome. The way you rolled this out kind of concerns me. You said it's going to happen very quickly, and you showed different colors on your chart of where the blackouts are going to be. So I have a couple of questions. One, are they blackouts in which the power goes off right away, or are they brownouts, or a mixture of both? And I'll tell you why I'm asking that. Many years ago, there were a series of brownouts in the region. I don't know, maybe 20, 25 years ago, maybe longer, 30 years ago. And it ruined every compressor in my little fish market. Every compressor couldn't handle the brownout. It's thousands of dollars. You know, there's a whole heck of a lot more compressors around the state of Connecticut now, and I don't know that we can handle that kind of issue at this point in time. So I think they're mostly caused by brownouts. You know, we've had power go out and back and forth, but I want to make sure I understand the difference in what you're providing the information to us today.
Yep. So very good question. First of all, let me address my comments in regards to it happening very quickly. So as we heard in the ISO presentation from Gordon, they're putting on a 21-day look ahead, and they're doing that on a weekly basis. So they're constantly looking ahead. So, you know, I actually think if this problem comes, we'll see it coming. And they have OP4, where they're going through communications telling us it's getting close, and then they actually broadcast that publicly, both to state officials, municipal officials, but then also through the media, we'll be telling folks, please conserve, please conserve. So to that perspective, from that point, we will have warning. But when it comes time, when ISO gives the order, we're at that limit, we can't handle it anymore, shed load. That's where I mean, we're at that point in time, we have to react within 10 minutes. To your point on the brownouts, that's actually what ISO is trying to prevent. So they're trying to prevent voltage dropping on the system to the point where it damages equipment, but then worse, it causes a cascading collapse of the entire system. So ISO is really proactively taking the step to say, we need to move forward and take action now to protect the system and stop what you're talking about and worse. So if in regards to your direct question, brownout versus blackout, it would be more what would be colloquially known as a blackout. We're actually shutting off, when it first happens, we're actually shutting off the breaker at our substations at a very large transformer level. So I don't want to get too much into the detail, but we are dropping large segments of load. And then when we move into the controlled outages, we're able to do a little bit more precisely in that at that point in time, we're opening off circuit breaker by circuit breaker, but still in large quantities in order to meet whatever target load reduction ISO is asked for. So hopefully that's answers your question.
Thank you. Yes, it does. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that's clear for the record. And the grid modification that you're going to do, upgrade that you talked about a few seconds ago, is billions of dollars that we're going to need to do that over a long period of time. We're also going to need to find a way to get more energy generated here in the state of Connecticut somehow, because we're a bit of an island in terms of generation. If you start talking about, I understand there's a gas plant closing north of us that will, significantly impact our supplies, and we have limited supply of gas to the state, and nuclear is kind of standing up a little bit if that goes down. So where is the best spot to spend our money if we have limited number of billions of dollars? I mean, we need to start the grid in upgrades now, because it's going to take a decade or more to get that done. But we also need to get generation done. So how does one do that to satisfy what you need to do to provide the service to the people in the state of Connecticut?
Yeah, so I really won't speak to the generation piece other than to say, obviously, I'm sure you're aware of our partnership with Ørsted and our move into the offshore wind market to try and bring those large renewables in from offshore. I would say, certainly in, whether you call it the short term or the midterm, the best way I think would be to help with siting and permitting transmission projects. So whether that's to extend to the north to access that hydro, or to access the available onshore wind that's in the north and more that could come, or even interties to our west with New York. I mean, that would be the most helpful, I believe, as really in the ISO presentation when Gordon was talking. He referred to the fact that, many folks have tried to do this, but we've run into siting issues. And I really think, obviously as a state, Connecticut can only control for the most part what's in its own borders. But even just getting over to New York, if you had the ability to support that, that would be helpful. In any partnerships you could do by extending out to the other states and trying to work together as a team, getting everybody to recognize that we're all interconnected, and that transmission superhighway, it really is the best way to enable the future where we get to a renewable energy supply, and it's robust enough and dynamic enough that it can bridge through its intermittency issues that it has.
Thank you. I think we're still looking at a considerable more time than 2025 to get some of those offshore turbines up and running. I think there's a lot of challenges with the transmission. I mean, you may get the turbines up, but the transmission issues are going to be, I think, the bigger question mark, getting that power generated in those turbines onto shore. And, it's 80% or so of the insurance claims in the European wind market is a result of those cables not being secure, coming up, or having problems. And that's technology that we need to make sure is better before we start laying these things all over the floor of the ocean. So I think we're farther away from this than we are planning. But so anyway, I thank you for your explaining it. I hate the thought that we're in this place that we have to think about this stuff. I think we ought to concentrate more on figuring out, how do we get the generation here quickly? Otherwise, it's going to be devastating for people in the state of Connecticut and New England. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Thank you. Good questions.
Thank you, Senator Formica. Representative Arcante, followed by Senator Haskell.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Steve and team, for being here today, presenting and taking some questions from the committee. So I first wanted just to start with just the presentation. So I think it's important for people to realize too that, you know, not only will you be doing this in our state, but you have Eversource has territory in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. So you're creating these operations, you know, over 3 states. So it's quite the yeoman's, you know, work that your utility is going to have to do to be able to accommodate a load shedding event that is not necessarily a fault of your own, but it'd be, like you mentioned in your comments, an order from the grid operator, ISO. And part of my fear, which, you know I articulated during conversation with Frank and the UI folks, is the utility left holding the bag on the communications and the PR and potentially the fallout from, you know, a load shedding event, and the pressures that, you know, the people of Connecticut, you know, may put on legislators to take action, you know, on something like that. So could you just speak a little bit, you know, more towards that? And I don't know if it's necessarily a question I have, but more comments, because I see it as a problem, which is part of the reason why we wanted this forum, to really kind of put in place, like, okay, who's responsible for what, and get a record of that out there.
Yeah, I mean, first, you know, I'll just go back and say, you know, for my entire career, I've been working to keep the lights on. So, you know, it's inconceivable to me that, you know, I potentially could get an order that says it's time you have to shut them off. I actually understand it. I understand that it's really, the intent is to save the system. You know, I thought actually Meredith gave a great explanation of that at the very beginning of this. She explained why it is that we have to do that. So I get the concept of why we have to do that. I think you're right. You know, at the end of the day, the customers, they receive the bill from Eversource, they look to Eversource, and, you know, we're just going to have to deal with those consequences. For us, the best that we've done is we've drilled on this. We have our plan. We believe we can move around the state and share it as equitably as possible. We have communication plans in place that really will be at 2 levels. One, broad media levels, because we really, it's going to be such a large event. We really think getting it out broadly through the media is one of the best ways to do that. And then also through our liaisons, we'll be able to reach out directly to individual communities, really the emergency management directors, and try and interact with them on exactly what's going on, because it's very, you know, at that scale, to be able to communicate with hundreds of thousands of customers individually, you know, is not something that we're probably going to really be able to do. So we're going to be communicating at the town level and at the emergency management director level. But beyond that, I think the best thing we can do is to work together. I think a lot of folks kind of talked about it today, but that's really what we have to do. We need to be able to work with both our state regulators, our state legislatures, ISO, and beyond that with FERC, to examine the issues from a generation standpoint. That isn't something that we directly control, but certainly the transmission end of it, and reinforcing the transmission grid, I think that would help in the future be able to enable additional resources to spread out the problem, if you will, to spread out the risk among a greater generation.
I appreciate that, Steve. So yeah, let's pivot to the transmission topic. You know, I had a little bit of a dialogue with Commissioner Dykes over it. So, you know, we brought up FERC Order 1000. You know, we're seeing some of the issues that this market design has on the generation side. So under FERC 1000, you know, what has your guys' experience been with it? And could this level of competition, you know, bring in some of these issues that we're having on generation on the transmission side of things? Because Steve, you're right. Siting, all that in the interconnection does need to be addressed. But part of my fear is it's not going to stop another. If there's competition now, right? There's going to be people competing, and they're going to use their own resources to create a narrative around things when it comes to siting in particular. Like if a certain competitor may look to lose a project, who's to say they just won't create a PR campaign around, sort of using a NIMBY type of theme around a transmission project to try to get the local jurisdictions to defeat it. So those are some of my fears around this. I don't know if, you and your team could speak to any of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a stab at it, and then I'll reach out to Deganto or Vandan if they want to jump in. But I'm sure you're aware of kind of the first real FERC 1000 competition. We were one of the winning parties on that. In fact, we've already completed our portion of that work, and for a fraction really of what the competitors' cost was, we were able to help offset a future retirement of a fossil fuel generator. In regards to competition and cost, just obviously my perspective on it, that was the area I really just came from. Most recently was working in. We competitively bid, lump sum bid all of our projects. So we're already out there getting multiple contractors who are all in a very competitive business to give us the best possible lump sum price, because we've got to turn around and then go through a regulatory process to justify the prudency of those costs. So from my perspective, I think between our knowledge of the system, some of our existing plant, and our ability to use those competitive contracts and use major contractors with buying power, I think we're able to get low costs, and then you use the regulating forum in order to make sure that there's prudency there. That's my personal view on it. And I would just say I think you laid out as well as I could what the potential downsides could be if you went down a different path.
I mean, is that sort of just a version of the old vertical integrated model? I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I heard a little bit in the explanation, right? Is you make a cost, and then the regulated, like, prudency is then determined.
I mean, I guess there certainly are analogies there, except you have other hurdles. You've got ISO New England that weighs in. You've got reliability committees that have a wide range of stakeholders that weigh in, both to your proposed project and then the description of it. And then, as I say, it's put out to competitive bid. So I think there are analogies there. They're not necessarily perfect analogies, but it's very close.
Yes, I'll dig on too.
I just wanted to add, I think Steve touched on every element, but there's this kind of belief that competition drives more creative solution development, right? At the front end. We developed our solution that we won with the lowest cost, fastest in service date, internally speaking, at Eversource within a couple of weeks, right? But you introduce competition, RFP process, and all of that took up quite a bit of time, right? So from the standpoint of what is it that we do, right? We operate the transmission system. We own the transmission system. We understand planning of the transmission system inside out. We develop the solutions that are most cost effective and easily implementable. And so the only question then is, can we build it more cost effectively? And Steve answered, we certainly can outside of the framework of competition. Because we actually use competitive bids.
Okay, thanks, guys. I don't have any further questions for you. I appreciate your time today and looking forward to working with you in the future. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Arconte. Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Senator Needleman. Good to see you, and thanks for this really informative forum today.
You're the quality.
Steve, welcome, and thanks for your presentation. I just wanted to.
Hey, well, Senator Haskell, something is freezing up as you're speaking.
Oh, can you hear me now, Senator?
I can, but you're freezing.
Yeah.
Maybe better if you would just
So
on
sorry
audio.
about that. Is this better now?
Yes, much better.
You got it. Okay, good. I apologize. I was just, Steve, thanking you for the thorough presentation and welcoming you. I just wanted to follow up on something that my friend Representative Mashinsky asked earlier, which is the anticipated impact of the federal infrastructure package on transmission improvements. I'm sure you saw that the Integrated Resource Plan in Connecticut raised the alarm that some of the offshore wind projects may be able to reliably interconnect to the grid, but that there might be energy lost from those generators that is not deliverable ultimately to consumers. So it's clear we're going to need to see improvements in transmission infrastructure, and I'm curious what Eversource has planned in that regard, and what you'd like to see the state, what role you would like to see the state play in that.
You know, again, I would just pivot back to, I think that the siting process is where we can use the best help. Wherever we need to improve the transmission system, it can be very difficult to get that sited. So I really think if we have the support from the state, that's the best way to enable being able to interconnect all of these different supplies. And Deganto, I know as planner of the system, do you want to jump in there with any ideas you're working on?
Absolutely, Steve. And as we all know, under PURA's REOA docket, we're working very hard to develop a very robust distribution system redesign, including undergrounding, including steel pole structures, aerial cables. A lot of work has gone in behind the scenes that we will be publishing that work very soon. And we believe we have a strong case to argue that a portion of that cost should be, borne by some of the federal infrastructure funds. We're looking into how much and what specific upgrades of those distribution resiliency upgrades we can seek federal funding on. And we'll be, we've already embarked on an exercise for over 5 weeks. Within 5-week timeframe, we'll come out and be able to more affirmatively speak to how much of that distribution resiliency plan can be funded through the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
Spectacular. Thank you both. Sorry about my connectivity issues, but Senator Needleman, back to you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. And I think I don't have much else to ask. You know, it would be silly again to ask deregulation plus or minus here. We certainly created a different market design. Most people, when I talk to about this, don't necessarily feel that we've gotten everything we wanted, and we're no longer in control of our own fate in some regard. I've talked to enough people at Eversource to know that they share some of that, but there's been some great benefits to the market design that we have. I find it, look, I've lived through blizzards where the temperature dropped to 15 degrees and we had no power for 5 days. And I'm a first selectman, and even though everybody will get blamed, the end result will be the municipal leaders will have to figure out how to rescue people and get them to safety, which was my biggest fear last weekend. This is not a scenario we want to see happen. If it has to happen, we want to see it be equitable for sure. And tabletopping it is really important. As I said earlier, we haven't really talked a lot about the impact of the market design, a possible cyber attack, a pandemic. And when you layer on a couple of these things, it gets more and more terrifying. And I gather some of that was done by Eversource not too long ago, where they, tried hitting the system with a whole bunch of things at once. My emergency management director did that in a time when less houses have fireplaces. We were more reliant on the grid for electricity and are going to be more reliant. I am just concerned that reliability is being impacted, and at the same time, cost is going up. And I feel like we have an obligation to do everything we can to manage cost here. And some of this points in the exact opposite direction, and I'm concerned about that. We shouldn't chase cheap, and the federal dollars could probably help mitigate some of the big ticket items on the infrastructure, because the ratepayers will benefit from those federal dollars being used towards that. But I just feel like there's a freight train heading our way, and we're doing the best we can with it, but the freight train keeps coming, and we may have a 10 or 15-year bridge here where we have to figure out how to manage all of these contingencies. And they're not getting fewer, they're getting more complicated and in some measure more likely. So it's a big task. I appreciate your participation. I look forward to meeting you face to face at some point soon. So thank you guys for all participating. And last is, I think we have a representative or the president of NEPCA. I didn't want anything that went on in this conversation to demonize the generators, because you know, the market is the market is the market, and you know, these are all market-based solutions. And Dan Dolan represents NEPCA, and I appreciate you batting cleanup here.
Well, thank you, Senator Needleman and Representative Arconti and the members of the committee. I certainly appreciate the conversation here. This has been a fascinating day overall. Recognize the time is late, and so I will do my best to be both responsive to some of the conversation here, but please would love to have the conversation overall as we get into it. I am going to share my screen here for a second. And so, as the senator noted, I am Dan Dolan, president of the New England Power Generators Association. We're the trade group that represents over 90% of the electric generating capacity here across the 6 states of New England. Within that, we represent every different fuel and technology, including over 7,000 megawatts of non-emitting and otherwise renewable resources, as well as a lot of the other conventional facilities providing so much of the reliability on the system. What keeps that broad group together is a belief in an open, competitive marketplace in which they have an obligation to serve and extraordinarily strict performance requirements to meet the needs of the region, and have to follow state and federal environmental rules while also then complying with the capital requirements of the ISO New England markets. What I thought I'd do here today is talk a little bit about how we got to where we are today, a little of that history, what we do see happening today, particularly this season and through the winter months, and what we see as the forward look of where we go from here. So to begin with, as has been talked about a number of times, we're 2 decades in now to restructuring of the electric utility industry within the region. Through that time, there have been absolutely winners and losers throughout this process. However, I would argue that all those losers have been some of the investors who've made bad bets. And we've seen dramatic turnover in ownership of facilities. A lot of facilities have had to shut down for not having be able to win in the marketplace overall. But consistently, we have seen increased investment across the region in the form of tens of billions of dollars, representing new facilities, upgrades at existing facilities, and jobs associated with that. We've seen dramatic efficiency gains in specialization and optimization of how those power plants are operated, so that today we're squeezing out 20% more power from that existing fleet than previously, which has meant the need for fewer facilities overall. And then lastly, we've also seen that a lot of those efficiency gains and the speed of investment that's come in has allowed for dramatic reductions in emissions, which I'll touch on in a moment. But of course, the bottom line here is the cost to consumer. And here what we've seen is New England electricity is a very volatile community. The year-to-year and seasonal distinctions, as we're seeing this winter, are real. However, the trend line, as we look at beginning in 2003, when the wholesale markets really stood up as we know them to today, have been consistent. And in fact, in 2020, we saw the lowest wholesale electricity price ever in New England. 2021, we did see a slight rise. We still don't have the final audited numbers from ISO New England on that, but we expect it to, again, be consistent with this trend line overall. Now, this is the power coming out of the facility, traded into a centralized hub at ISO New England. And then there's obviously the need to transmit that power. The transmission system is our highway system. There, we've seen those costs escalate. They now represent twice the amount of transmission costs of any other region in the country. Part of that has been touched on. It's hard to build anything in New England. Land costs are high, supply costs are high, and we've had to turn over that system. We also expect a lot more transmission spending moving forward as we start integrating some of the farther flung resources onto the system. If we equalize those y-axes, you see a convergence here over the last 15 to 20 years. This is not to say that investment in one is wrong or costs in another are wrong, but to try and provide some transparency is what is the cost shifter and what has changed through this period of restructuring and competition. I will say I find it slightly ironic, given some of the conversation here, that transmission is the component that has the least amount of competition and is the one that we've seen the most cost drivers associated with it. The third area that is a major component to this is the forward capacity market. The commitment to be online 3 years into the future. This is really our most fundamental reliability market. It's where we see that first signal of plants going away and the need for new investment in energy supplies. Similarly, over this time, we've seen a consistent trend down in which new investments are coming in at historically low cost for the amount of new facilities needed, but then also appropriately seeing some level of fluctuation to match lower supply to meet demand, drive an investment signal overall. And so again, I think there is a very strong story to tell about the value for consumer and the overall impact the competition has had. But we know that the primary policy driver for so much of this over the last decade in Connecticut and across New England has been decarbonization. Here, frankly, we have the biggest hole in the market. We do not explicitly, meaningfully value carbon emissions. And yet, based on just the amount of efficiencies and the speed of investment, I think, in a number of the cleaner technologies overall, we also have seen, I think, a success story where power plants have cut carbon emissions since 1990 by over 50%. And if you scroll over here, you'll actually see that the peak of emissions happened in 1997, 1998, which is right when the Restructuring Act went into place, both in Connecticut and places like Massachusetts and Rhode Island, and then the efficiency gains that have come through that. At the same time, transportation is the only sector of the economy that's actually seen its emissions rise and now represents twice the amount of carbon emissions of power plants or any other sector. And yet, if we're serious about economy-wide decarbonization, we must be able to have a closer linkage between electricity, transportation, and then the brown and the yellow lines here, which are building heating. And our hope is to be able to build on the success story in the electricity sector to electrify and supercharge the reductions that have to happen. What has driven that is a fuel mix that over recent years has shifted much more heavily to natural gas. And here's a breakdown of what actually provided the megawatt hours, the electric energy in 2021 in New England. We also still see a more diverse system overall and one of the cleanest power generation fleets in the United States. One element that I really want to hone on here as we then talk about the winter is that gray slice, oil and coal, which in 2021 combined provided less than 1% of the megawatt hours in New England. The same was true in 2020. The same was true in 2019. If we then now, however, fast forward to an example of a cold winter day, and I picked yesterday, one of the colder days that we've seen on the heels of a major winter snowstorm, and see what happened on the system. During the afternoon ramp, again, as you'd expect, natural gas played a dominant role. Nuclear also played its consistent baseload role there. But oil really jumps up and provided 20% of the electric energy for that portion, which shows that we have a tremendous generating capacity for oil, even if it's rarely used. But then when we do use it, provide some of those reliability benefits, and actually a cost benefit, because oil will only get dispatched if it's cheaper than all its other competitors, and therefore caps and is able to take the top off the market overall. We've also talked a lot about the clean energy production that needs to happen and the amount of investment there that needs to happen. But we also find ourselves in periods of time, particularly in some of these winter periods, in which we see very low production there. And that's where you see the need for these other technologies to come in, support the system, and fill it overall. There is, of course, then a cost consequence to this. And we have seen much higher prices in January than we have for the last several winters. At the same time, I think we've been able to flex the diversity of the system. Some of those facilities like the oil and others that don't operate a lot have shown the amount of reinvestment, upgrades, and maintenance that has occurred during those down periods to have really strong performance, maintain reliability in a period of time in which this winter we've seen our major interconnect to Quebec go down for periods of time. We've seen our major interconnection to New York go down for periods of time. We saw a nuclear reactor be taken offline. We saw one of the major LNG import facilities go offline for a period of time. And yet through it all, there has not been a single shortage event in New England, not a single reliability event for the system. I do not sugarcoat that the challenges in front of us are great, and we do need to refocus on reliability here. But I also am here to say that the generation system has done extraordinary work of being prepared, meeting its investment obligations to make sure that the system operates, and taken its delivery and reliability obligations extraordinarily seriously and continued to deliver. As we transition forward, the world is clearly changing, driven in large part by states like Connecticut and the policies being put in place, particularly as we look at contracting for resources like offshore wind, Canadian hydro, solar, and others. Today, and frankly, the system looks pretty close to what it did in 2018 here when we did this initial analysis. The vast majority of the system is what we call merchant, or entirely reliant on financing and revenues through the competitive marketplace. A smaller segment of the market is largely reliant on financing through state mandated contracts. As we fast forward over the next 5 to 10 years, we expect that to flip pretty dramatically. And one of the questions becomes, are there going to be sufficient revenue streams in that remaining competitive marketplace to sustain the reliable operations and investments, particularly on some of these resources that are going to operate less, but become even more important for reliability? And that's our real challenge moving forward, and where we're spending an enormous amount of time today through the stakeholder process, working with ISO New England, our colleagues here in the state, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. To do this and to make it work, I think we need to do two fundamental things. The first is specifically articulate and define what are the reliability services that we need. We need to sharpen how we pay the resources and make sure we're really paying for the reliability attributes. One of the terms of art that we use is capacity accreditation, making sure that the resources we're paying in the capacity market are the ones that truly provide that reliability benefit and that we get that right. We're going to be doing a pretty intensive process on that through the balance of 2022. The second is an element that Commissioner Dykes talked about, which is in a similar vein, rewarding those facilities that operate in the energy and the reserve markets that are providing, again, those services onto the system, and getting more of the money shifted that way to try and de-emphasize some of the other elements of the market. Those two aspects, capacity accreditation, reserve and energy market enhancements, I think are going to be crucial to meeting our future obligations. But the second part of this is that the existential crisis we're facing so much in this market is effectively a two-tier market structure in which a large proportion of the market will have the benefit of above market guaranteed revenues through state mandated contracts, and a significant portion that is still going to be leaned on for reliability and frankly other attributes, including decarbonization, but do not have those outside revenue guarantees and have to duke it out every day in the market. I think we need to integrate that decarbonization policies into the market. The easiest, fastest, and most efficient way to do that is to put a meaningful price on carbon emissions and do it on a multi-sector basis. But there are other ways to do it. Commissioner Dykes spoke about a forward clean energy market. A lot of my members are very interested in looking at that. And we're open to any number of other ways. But I think we need to better integrate that decarbonization policy into the market. And we're committed to being partners with that and wanting to provide the investments to help drive that forward, both in sustaining reliability in the existing resources and meeting the exponential growth that's going to be necessary on the clean energy side. So at bottom, I don't think it's going to be a surprise to this committee that it's my belief that the competitive marketplace has been an enormous benefit for the consumers in Connecticut. I think the bones of this structure are right. We absolutely need to continue to tweak it, continue to make sure that it is aligning with the policies and the priorities and the consumer needs, and reliability is our lodestar, has to be there at the core of all this. So we've got to freshen up the paint, we've got to do some renovations, and we've got to bring in some new furniture. But I think we've got the right architecture and the right structure. So with that, again, appreciate the opportunity to be here. Senator Needleman, thank you for putting this together, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Dan. Rep. Arconte?
Thanks, Senator. Thanks, Dan, for doing this today on short notice and for the presentation. Always very helpful. Just first want to touch on transmission and then sort of ISO relationship, state stuff. So don't the transmission upgrades that have resulted in less congestion by the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, led to the retirement of coal, does that also not help the generation sector, those types of upgrades and reducing congestion?
Oh, no question. Look, we need transmission, right? That is our highway system. That's how we get our product to market. So I don't put that there to say, hey, we can't invest in transmission. We need to. But as we're talking about what's changed over the last 20 years, why are consumer costs different today than they were in 2003? You have to look at the part of the overall bill that's gone up 750%. So that's it.
And FERC has jurisdiction on those transmission rates, right?
Yeah, on bulk transmission, absolutely.
So to end my comments with where you ended the presentation around carbon pricing, in particular. So going back to my, back and forth with Gordon from ISO, he really put a emphasis on stakeholder process, relationship with the states. So what's NEPCA's role in, the stakeholder process? If you have a membership, your association is huge. You represent the generators that participate in all of these markets, the ancillary market, the capacity market, spot market. If the association is putting forward a a proposal, maybe not a proposal, but supports some type of carbon price in the market as a solution. Why hasn't it been, taken a little bit more, I don't want to say seriously, but more movement on it from the stakeholder process? And then second part is, I don't want to put you on the spot. You can, think about it with your membership, but would NEPCA support, giving the ISO states 205 filing rights? Because then the states could potentially submit a proposal to FERC on their own around this market solution that your membership is supportive.
So I will tell you, one of the challenges in this, frankly, has been the states. Is we have heard every single state in New England has voiced opposition to putting in place a meaningful price on carbon. Instead, they have chosen through some legislative mandates and some other administrative actions to do things through 20, 30-year contracts. I would love to be able to work with the states, put in place a carbon pricing mechanism and just get going. We've had this position for more than 7 years as a generation trade group, and we've been able to get zero traction. I'll point to the fact that carbon pricing has actually only even passed a single chamber of any of the 12 legislative chambers in New England. And so this is just something that hasn't gotten traction. I still am committed and believe in it, but we're clearly not there yet and would love to work with the states on it.
If the states do it on their own, isn't that sort of the same problem we're talking about with states doing PPAs on their own? Like, why would we want 6 different legislative proposals out there in different states instead of ISO's market doing it within, like you're saying, a new clean forward capacity market that maybe incorporates a price like this or sends a signal like this? Why would we want to do it at the state level versus everything else happening at the market level within ISO's markets?
So our hope is that this does become a region-wide element. And in fact, what we've proposed and we've testified in front of this committee on for several years is let's create a linking mechanism in much the same way the authorizing statutes for the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative said Connecticut will participate if and when a sufficient number of other states participate as well. That's pretty easy to write. So let's put that together. And it's my belief we can get that critical mass in New England, move this forward, and then be able to get going. If for whatever reason we can't do that, and obviously so far we've been unsuccessful, then we are open to things like a forward clean energy market, which I know ISO New England is studying. But similarly, we've got a little bit of a moving target here amongst a number of the states on what does that really mean? How much control would an individual state have or not have? And there's differences of opinions across the states there. But at this point, I just want to see something put into place to be able to integrate it into the market. It needs to happen. And I will also say that to answer the second part of your question on states' filing rights at the commission, the states do have filing rights at FERC to put in place a new mechanism. It doesn't happen under Section 205 of the Federal Power Act, but it does happen under Section 206, which is the same section that provides an organization like mine the same capability to file a complaint at FERC, demonstrate that the existing market design is unjust and unreasonable, and put in place a replacement rate. We have used that fairly frequently over my 10 years here at NEPCA. The states certainly have that capability, and through NESCO, a very talented group that can put a lot of that together themselves as well.
Thanks, Senator.
Senator, I believe you're on mute.
Thought I unmuted. Sorry about that. I don't see anyone else's hand raised. I really appreciate your presentation. I won't ask you the question, was deregulation a good deal or not? Because it is clearly in the interest of NEPCA to have markets here, and I think you've done the best job you can given the markets that we've created, and I think you keep trying to make it better, and I appreciate that. It is complicated. especially when you have so many different jurisdictions in one grid operator. So I think, thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and I appreciate those comments.
So with that, it being 5 minutes to 4, and we set a time limit of 4 o'clock for this. I want to thank all the participants, certainly my co-chair and the ranking members. I just want to pass it over to either of the three of you if you have any final words, or if anybody else, any of the other legislators that have stayed on long enough to participate, if you guys have any questions or comments or closing remarks.
Yeah,
First
no,
hand that went up is Representative Ferraro.
Thank you, Senator Needleman. I just wanted to take the time to express my appreciation for you putting together the forum. I think the speakers you brought in were very enlightening. They gave us a across the board idea as to where we sit here, and I for one am very appreciative, and I think it'll help us going into the session. So thank you very much, and I certainly appreciate all the members who sat through another day of Zoom. I know it's particularly difficult environment, and many of us have busy schedules, but I appreciate it. I think the information that was shared today is going to help us immensely. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate you participating. Senator Formica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone. I just got on to say thank you to everybody and all the presenters, and especially to Will for being the wizard behind the curtain there, helping everything get through here. So I appreciate all of that work. And, we just have to build on all of this and try to come up with something that helps ratepayers, because this is just, getting more ominous as time goes on. It seems the more we do, the less effect it has. And, we got to try to figure this one out. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Arconte, my partner in crime here.
Thanks, Senator. Again, thanks to the committee and our rankings and the chair for putting this together. Always learn a lot through these, and looking forward to keeping on working towards solutions in the future. So Will, where I see we're recording, so will we post this to the committee page on the CGA website for further, if people want to watch any portion of it again?
So this is going to be posted onto our YouTube channel. So the CGA Energy and Technology YouTube channel. It should be posted pretty much as soon as the meeting ends.
Great. Thanks for that. Thanks for all the work you do. See everyone at the first public hearing later this month. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Representative. And I want to echo that. Thank you to Will for putting this together with my new legislative aide, Nate, and all the other people who helped make this happen. A lot to digest. It always feels a bit intimidating when we have so many knowledgeable, thoughtful people in this space. I feel like the committee has a heavy lift every time we try to do something and not have unintended consequences in what we do. I want to echo what Senator Formica said, and then add the other pieces. Cost is going to be more of a factor. Nobody seemed to chime in with the fact that anything that we're doing is going to be less expensive. And I'm a little concerned about how we do that equitably. But when you layer in the possibility of power failures or rolling blackouts with very little notice, the equity issues, the damage that can do to people who don't have generators, who live in densely populated areas, who live in rural areas, could be quite devastating. That was the most telling part of the ERCOT fiasco, was that Houston had power the whole time, and rural Texas went dark and was dark for days. Our job is to set the stage, create policy that benefits all the ratepayers, all the residents of the state of Connecticut. And I got to go back. I'm not a doctor. Dr. Pettit is on this call. The first law of medical ethics is do no harm. Do no harm. And we better not be doing any harm here. So with that, thank you all for being very patient. I'm for one, I'm glad we did this. So thank you. With that, I'd like to adjourn the meeting. It's not a meeting, so we don't really need to adjourn anything, do we?
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn everything off now.